What is up, everyone? Welcome to this week's episode of All American Beef. I'm on my phone at the moment until my computer updates, and then I'll get back on there. Sound a little clear with my mic, but yeah, I got the Rookie Critic, of course. As always, my partner in crime. How's it going, man?
Going giggity good, brother.
Nice.
Indeed.
We're just waiting on PB to quit eating and Zod to lock up the mall, and we'll get deep in the conversation. But we're talking about some good stuff. Positive. We got the Bad Batch. I don't know if Rookie feels it's positive, but
Well, I tried to bake as well as I can, and I always try to get the best batch that's possible. You don't want to have a bad batch.
But yeah, we'll be talking about the Bad Batch episode 1 and what we might be expecting into 2. Maybe Rookie will drop a concise review soon on his channel, kick his channel back off. And we also got actors and creators of color. There's a void now in Hollywood, especially the superhero genre. And I feel like there's one other thing we're talking about. I'm lost, but we'll get there.
We shall see. It shall manifest itself.
Yeah, but how are you doing, Ricky?
I am doing pretty good. Yeah, I'm getting the gears turning to start doing content again very, very soon. Indeed.
Sweet. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I was digging through some of my old content, and there's this one I edited. I had so much fun with my son because I kept hearing the track I was editing, splicing it the right spot.
Yeah, with poop, right?
Yeah.
They're farting. The fart noise.
Game of Thrones season finale. I edited this intro with Game of Thrones footage, and it was Fanatics of Film. They did a cool kind of droning intro music to Game of Thrones. They call it Game of Groans, and I guess it was intended to sound offbeat and off tune, but I actually liked it. But I spliced farts in it with different people getting killed, and
yeah, you know how awesome farts are.
I love fart humor. I still got that childlike innocence in me. I see the purity of farts.
Do you want me to share a fart video with the chat?
Sure.
It's one you've seen before, but let's...
Oh, this is the Jar Jar?
Yeah.
Oh, this would be great.
Let me see if I can figure out where I put it. I don't post as much, so let me see here. Shouldn't have ran away too far from me. That's tomatoes. Tomatoes. Did I delete them? I hope I didn't delete them. Hold on. This might take me a sec to talk for a sec.
Yeah. So yeah, one of the things we're talking about is Captain Marvel 2 has been announced with the official title now of Marvels, the Marvels. And that doesn't bode well for Brie Larson. Even the Mary Sue is concerned, which is funny as hell. Might have to break out my soy voice and read that. Oh God, it's pop culture.
Oh yeah. What's up, sexy?
Yeah, it's crazy. I was looking back at some of my top few videos. Some were unlisted, like Captain Marvel crap. I put like no effort into it. I was just literally doing like year 1 EVS, like old man angry at an article.
Yeah.
My finger of scorn.
Yeah.
And I got a lot of views on that. And if I would have just kept up, I could have just kept making trash and got a lot of subs. But it's not my thing. And
you're a little bit more eloquent.
Yeah,
to the touch, yes.
But yeah, Star Wars, it's in a weird place. Every time you get something good, it's always undercut by something bad. Like
I think I have some good Star Wars content we can show now that I'm sharing.
Okay.
That's there for you to add to the thing.
I don't. Oh, okay. Wait. Fuck. There we go. I'm on my phone at the moment, so.
Oh, okay.
All right, here we go.
Excuse me.
Oh my God! What do you want, boy?
Misa want a big doo-doo battle.
Ha! A challenge, eh? You're gonna regret it.
Ye gods! What the Misa saying?
No, my ears.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the left we have Belargus. And on the right, we have our returning fart battle champion. Begin match.
Misa choose Peekapoo. Pew pew, Peekapoo. Ha! Foolish! Don't let me down, Squaddle. Squaddle, Squaddle, Squat. Squaddle, Squaddle. Peekapoo, use a fart blast. Pew pew, pew pew, Peekapoo. You call that an attack? Squaddle, use a boom boom. Squaddle, Squaddle, Squat.
Well, that smells stinky.
This is lame, bro.
And now Angus lets the stream. I had to leave it. What the hell's going on? Get it out. Ah! What the fuck is that noise? What the fuck is that noise?
Oh my god. I am so
Was that?
sorry about
What
that.
the fuck was
I
that?
guess it was the phone being by the mic.
That was I didn't like that noise. Yeah, that's it.
I was like freaking out. I'm like, oh, what do I do with the stream on my phone? I was freaking out. I didn't hit the mute button.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can take the thingy off now.
Okay. Remove.
Cool.
Let's look at some of these memes I sent you.
Oh yeah, so look at the memeage. God, that noise though, that was not doing good to my ears. But you like the farty.
Well, I also didn't know it was me or you.
Yeah,
Of course I
I
love
knew.
it.
Oh yeah, I'll do another one. So that's the thing. So the next videos that you'll see on my channel will be at least 2 fart videos, and then for the Phantom Collective, I don't know if I'll do fart ones, but I'll do some short little stop motion ones that are like a minute long for fun. Now who's this frog boy? Man, I love frogs.
I don't know.
Yeah. Ribbit. Ribbit.
I saw that and I'm like, this is classic. I love
Is that on the
this guy,
back of a
whoever he is.
car?
Yeah.
I thought it was on the front of a car for a sec.
No, it's on the back, so you can follow him. You're like, man, I love that MILF.
Yeah. See, I thought it was like on coming to you. So like, it's like, hey, look at me.
Yeah, Stony loves it. What's up, Stony? Yeah, I gotta send this. I probably put on Snapchat because I got a friend who he's like, kind of cowpokish a bit at my work, and I don't know, he's like, hey, you want to go to a reptile show? And I'm like, what? And then he's like telling me all this stuff. He's got like a turtle exhibit and stuff at his house. He just spent like $300 or $400 on like a big ass turtle. And he puts him outside during like the summer and stuff, and he's like big reptile nerd. And I'm like, man, I did not see this coming.
Damn. Oh yeah. So being touched by a humanoid robot makes people happier, more likely to listen to machines.
That's some Skynet shit right there, or some Mark Zuckerberg.
Step 3 of the takeover plan. Just accept it.
It's a good calm voice. I like that. You should use that for like really like outrageous, like infuriating stuff, but just read it like, yeah, so we're gonna read this article today about
just
1984 coming to reality.
I'm just gonna read it like a nice podcast that your dog would have to listen to when you leave him at home alone, and talk about the baseball game and how it's pretty good. And the muffins today, they were pretty creamy on the inside and pretty nice. I had some crumbs on my jeans, but I had to. It's okay. I got up and I brushed them off, and it was all right. I went right back to work, and everything was okay. And Janine was trying to talk to me about her problems, and I didn't care about that bitch. So anyway, being touched by a humanoid robot makes people happier and more likely to listen to machines. Back to you, Angus. What do you think about that? I think I agree. My toaster is pretty nice, and I wouldn't mind listening to its problems. What about you?
No. I like how you carried that on, though. That was good. That was a good character. Reminded me of SNL.
I was trying to. Yeah, I was thinking of the you know, the sweaty
Betty
balls.
Yeah. Yes, this guy knows it. Yes.
Podcast and the one. Have you seen the one where they did with Betty White?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Where she is her creamy pie. Some shit. It's like her old dusty dry.
Betty White.
We did a Betty White one.
People share pictures of her from like the 50s, whatever, and like, oh, what a baby. I'm like, meh. But same time though, seeing her personality, that's what wins me over. Like she's like a 6, maybe a 7 back when she was young. But personality just throws it through the roof. And what's up, Edwin the Ace? Oh, you're still alive. Might have to get you on the show later to show your products. Speaking of which, showing products. I'm not selling anything, you know, go at the moment. That's done for the time being until I fulfill. But on cam, there we go. We remove that for a moment and make myself solo. I got poster number 2 printed.
Whoa, yeah.
Yeah, look at that. That's the Ari poster right there with Meth Gator full profile. And you got his love interest, Shelby at the top, looking like Christina Ricci. I really like what he done. I don't know if I told him this before or after, but he had the veinage, which is cool because I got to have ways to accentuate like when he's methed out, when he's powered up, so to speak. So yeah, I'm getting those as I can ready, so then I can fulfill, and then we'll look about campaign again or doing Kickstarter. I'm not opposed to doing both now, given things of having Conscate and how Indiegogo and Dynamite, whatever. But yeah, I'm looking forward to fulfilling, and then hoping to try to campaign again, and hopefully get the funds to make the comic. Fortunately, I got some work issues. I injured myself, not severely or anything, but it's enough to put me out of work for the moment. And I'm waiting to figure out.
Does your thumb look weird?
No, it's just like kind of warm all the time, and my top knuckle's crooked. They like kind of.
So no more shoving it up your ass. No more shoving up your ass anymore. Okay.
Just not so hard. I got to switch to left most of the time.
Yeah, you gotta have your stranger. Got to break it in. Yeah, I won't play this all the way through. Just a little
Stoney
bit.
says, my toaster wants to take a bath with me.
Okay.
That reminds me of James Bond, I think from Russia with Love, where he throws the check and he's like, shocking.
Interesting.
Yeah, see what we got here.
Good times.
Happy Fiber Day.
Oh, to you too.
Thanks. Our guest today is a little bit of a rock star in the confectionery world.
No kidding. She can shake it, break it, and sprinkle it, child.
For people that don't know, this is whom we were kind of mimicking a second ago with the stuff, and I'm only pausing so he doesn't get the stream taken down. Last time we shared something, NBC or whatever. You got taken down. Oof, you got the whole thing got canceled, essentially.
Please
They're always canceling
Florence
us.
Dusty from Dusty's Old Time Bakery. Hi, Florence.
Yeah, it's her muffin. I forget, not her pie. It's her crusty muffin.
Thank you for having me.
Florence, what delicious treat are you going to share with us today?
Well, a lot of people like my pumpkin pie, and of course my carrot cake is obviously legendary.
But not as
But
much
if
as
there's
this.
one thing I'm known for, it's my muffin.
This was obviously their best reenactment take of the sweaty balls, but with the muffin instead. Faux show.
Ooh. Wow.
Squirts in the mouth.
Get a whiff of that.
Pretty intense, right?
I can't wait to taste your muffin.
SNL can be funny, guys. They can be.
It used to be, yeah.
It's surprisingly salty.
Well, it's like, they have some good modern skits in the modern day, but there's just far fewer of them compared to the amount of good skits in like an average SNL episode of the past, I'd say.
Yeah, after Wolf fell off, that's when it went down.
You see, it's like you say it went down. Like usually people go down to nothing. And it's like no, there were some gems in there, but ultimately that
Lonely Island. Those were
the frequency of good skits declined. It lessened.
It just felt like, hey, we're paid to be
Your
here.
muffin
Yeah.
remarkably velvety.
It's true. I think we both assumed, and I think wrongfully, that a baker of your generation might tend towards a more dry or crusty muffin.
Well, that's true. Many bakers from my era have dry or even yeasty muffins.
Ugh.
A yeasty muffin can really ruin your whole day.
Ain't that truth?
Dude, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of I was in a medieval history class in college, and part of it was like sort of the middle. We were getting in between Viking and like kind of the Christianized West of Europe, and like, you know, England getting formed and found like the French. I can't remember the names. The Franks, I think. Normans.
I'm really trying to guess what this has to do with the skit here.
But okay, we're gonna get it.
No
We're
idea.
gonna get it.
No idea. Go ahead.
But what was interesting, and a way to kind of peer into the reality, especially religiously, of they were Christianized, but there was still like what became folklore and myths and whatnot is really just like the shrewd oral tradition remnants of religion, the paganism of the era. And what we were examining was a priest's confession guide, his kind of way to inquire, and the steps, like, all right, this is what you need to pray, or what you need to do to repent for these sins. And there's a lot of like towards women. I'm not gonna get like SJW angle, but there's a lot of like stuff towards women and sexuality, and there's weird stuff like fertility rituals or whatever. It's like you catch a fish and you put it in your muffin live, and then like once it's dead or whatever, you cook it, and that's like a fertility aphrodisiac or something. And another one was like, did you like these? You kind of like question the confessor, like, have you smeared wild oats and honey on your lover's ass and made like a oat cake or some shit? This is real.
Okay.
So yeah, the yeasty and stuff. It's like, man, bitches back then, they have some rank pussy. What they did for love.
Oh yeah.
It also makes me think of Midsummer. If you've ever, I know you haven't, but if anyone's seen Midsummer, it kind of pulls on that kind of paganism that is like, you know, it's made up for the show, but it's drawing from reality, however much so. And they have this one thing where it's like she like yoinked the hair from this guy she wants to like mate with, and then she like made him a pie with her own like pussy hair in it or some shit. And he's like, Ian's like, what the hell? There's hair in there. And like, oh yeah, that's from that girl. She's really onto you. And he's just like, huh.
That's obvious. Obviously. That's how that works.
The movie, it's a real slow burn. It's a real art house horror film. Not a lot of people's cup of tea, but I really enjoy it, especially like the ending. It's got, you know, the intense, some feminist wacko shit from like a male feminist. He wrote it in like a fury after a breakup, so he's probably like self-flagellating, like, I'm a man, I'm toxic, I'm sorry. But ended up being a good product in my view.
Forgive my white privilege.
Curtis is like, huh. And that brings us to Captain Marvel. No, I'm sorry.
Right.
Sometimes you're weak.
Wow, the phone lines are really lighting up.
I can get to those later.
Florence,
Indeed.
there's a tangy taste in this muffin. Is that a cherry?
Oh no, my muffin hasn't had a cherry since 1939.
Oh shit.
Your muffin sure has seen a lot. No.
Your muffin just squirted in my mouth.
For SNL, that's a pretty good jokeage right there.
You know, it's funny. I'm surprised all that Baldwin hasn't been canceled for Canteen Boy because, well, I don't know. It's Hollywood, so there might.
No,
That's totally
also,
fine.
no. He's not going to be canceled because he did like 100 or more episodes making fun of Trump. So he's not going to be canceled, really. he played Donald Trump as their guy for like 4 seasons.
I was like, oh, he did a good Trump. I'm just like, what? Like, it wasn't even convincing.
Daryl Hammond did a better Trump, I'd say. He's a much better
Daryl
impersonator.
Hammond's a legend.
He was the much better impersonator. That was his actual job. Was he's an impersonator, really, before comedian, I'd say. Like, yeah, he got that shit down.
It happens.
I guess I'm eating it the right way.
Yeah, go to town.
You know, I don't talk about it a lot, but I went through a pretty major muffin phase in college.
I would have guessed that based on your appearance.
It's the haircut.
Now, you're unveiling your new muffin today. Are you nervous about how it will be received?
Well, you know, girls, when I was younger, I was so concerned with how my muffin looked. But as I got older, I started to think, to heck with it. This is my muffin, and I don't care how it looks. I'm just going to let it all hang out.
That's really progressive.
You go, sister.
That's right, child. I'm Florence Dusty. I'm 88 and a half years old, and I'm proud to unveil my giant Dusty muffin.
Wow.
That's gorgeous. Just look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. It's
Timeless.
Really,
It's a lot went into
a whole
that.
lot of business.
Well, ladies, as I used to say to my loving husband, Irving, of 55 years, what are you waiting for, stupid? Eat it.
Oh my god, that was good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Right there.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird though. Just like sitting like, get like the innuendos. It's like, I don't know. It's funny how like some like minor shit people just like sit through it, you know. Yeah. So Bad Batch. Did you finish the episode?
Yes, I did.
All right. All right. So beforehand, let's kind of get some context. Ricky hasn't finished Clone Wars. And he hasn't finished Mandalorian, so he doesn't know about future things. He knows about
first of all, I'm not going to finish The Mandalorian or the Clone Wars.
What? You're not going to finish what? Oh my god! You got to watch the last 4 episodes of Clone Wars, dude. It's really good. It really ties up Clone Wars and leads into Revenge of the Sith into whatever transpires after. Like it's last 4 episodes are really good. The reason I mentioned Clone Wars though is because the first 4 are what introduced the Bad Batch, and I thought, wow, that was kind of lame. Not good, not bad. It was just, I could do without it. It's like the stupid episodes with like the Frog Admiral. And I just thought like they're too OP for
the Frog Admiral.
You don't remember that? You probably didn't see it then. There's a.
And just when you say the Frog Admiral, that doesn't ring a bell. When you say the Frog Admiral,
He looks like a little frog or like a slug-eyed frog amphibian thing. He's really small. He can like ride on too. But yeah. Anyway, like yeah, the Bad Batch. I was like, what? And then like the Ahsoka crap was just awful. Like the 4 episodes. I'm like, this is what we've been waiting for years to get. And then the last 4 episodes were really good and kept building up and really good ending, especially with Vader and stuff. It's a quick little scene. So I was not interested in the Bad Batch show. But then I saw the trailer. I'm like, oh, this could be good. They got some cool things. And it's continuing Clone Wars style, which I love that animation style. It's like 3D Samurai Jack. But Rookie, what were your expectations at all? Or what were you thinking the show's going to be about? Just kind of guide us through head.
I never thought about it. It was just like, it's the show called The Bad Batch. That's Star Wars. I had no thoughts to it. Didn't see the trailer. When people were really saying The Bad Batch, I really did not have a clue what they're talking about for a while. So then you're like, oh, watch The Bad Batch. Okay. So I have no expectations. It was just okay. I'd say it's a better start than Rebels.
Oh, hell yeah.
but that's not saying much. I'm glad that little Padawan kid wasn't in the episode that much because that voice. I don't know. Did they have like a 20-year-old something voice?
They had
a 12-year-old.
That is Freddie Prinze Jr.
That was Freddie Prinze Jr.
Rebels.
I had no
I don't want to
idea.
talk about that motherfucker. He's not a Star Wars fan.
See, I'm not even taking into account that it was voiced by Freddie Prinze. Just the voice sounded extremely off because I'm like, this is supposed to be like a 12-year-old kid, and he sounds like he's like there's
Sounds
some
like
weird
a douchebag,
like some weird body swap shit, and it sounds like an old man. This little boy's body. What is this? He's like, yeah. He's like, yeah. I wanted to watch. I'm like, what the fuck is this kid talking about?
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I don't ever want to talk about that guy if I can help it. Made one video about him, and I was like, this motherfucker thinks that he knows something about Star Wars, and he went on some ridiculous rant and made about 6 or 7 points, all of which are incorrect.
I think he just likes to get reactions from people on YouTube.
Probably. Well, it worked.
Yeah, he's a troll for sure. Like I can partially like there's that rant he had that got famous about what Darth Maul is and like Star Wars and everything, and kind of trivializing Star Wars, saying it's just a cartoon for kids, just for kids, you know, that crap. But then he's talking about like mythology and stuff, and like it's the old SJW argument about like it's just a kids show. But then they also talk like,
so
oh my god, this representation. Oh my god, it's so coach.
Not even that. No, it's not. No, not even that. They go. It's dumb and meant for kids. But look at how ingenious it is. It's like, what? Or look at how sad you are talking negatively about it. You should be like me, where I praise this child thing. It's like, what?
Or they're like, no one hates Star Wars like Star Wars fans. It's like, that makes no sense. It's like, I'm a Philly fan, so we boo our own team off the field if they suck for the game.
If you only hate what you kind of have interest in, otherwise, why would you care? Like
okay,
way.
When you're sitting there watching, you're watching the NFL draft, right? And the Cleveland Browns get ready to pick. The only people in the room that are booing are Cleveland Browns fans. Everybody else is cheering because they're like, yeah, the Browns are taking another player off the board for us. Like, you boo and you're critical of the things that you love, not of the things that you hate. I mock the things that I hate. I'm not critical of the Bears. Fuck the Bears.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, the Bears are meant for children, so.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry. Back to the episode.
Yeah. So like,
didn't watch it.
Oh my god.
Was I supposed to?
I mean, that'd be good, sure.
I
expected you to watch. You watched Winter Soldier, like, oh, so
my
good.
God, I'm so far behind. I just signed up for Disney Plus too because I got that extra little bit of money because I don't have to waste it on anybody.
I like how you said that, like as if you had somebody to waste it on, and then you're like, no, fuck that. Now I don't. I took it as you had like a pet and then you killed it and you're like, I don't have any money to waste
Oh my god, it's like Invincible.
I'm glad that you went with pet. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god.
Like or a roommate, you're like, I don't have to waste my money on some bitch.
Right. Just like that. Exactly like that.
Like, now I just have all this extra money laying around.
Bingo. We're on the same page now.
Mm-hmm.
Now Now I can afford that $8 a month because I don't got to stop at McDonald's that extra too many fucking times a month.
Mm-hmm.
Really quick, Curtis says, "Why is everyone talking about Bad Batch? Didn't this come out last year or something?" No, it's a new follow-up spin-off to Clone Wars.
Right.
Specific 4-episode arc at the beginning of season 7.
It's a backdoor pilot.
And I think let's get a walkthrough with Rookie. Clearly he wasn't like excited or wasn't even aware really. But
yeah, literally Angus gave me the key to watch it an hour ago, and I watched it.
So,
oh my god.
So, tell us about your thoughts about the episode, interesting points, things that were stupid or you didn't care. Go.
So, spoilers. I guess this takes place during episode 3, essentially, but it's on a different planet. A little separatist clone battle going on. The Jedi and a Master, they suck, and then these 5 clones come in and take down like a full army of separatist droids, and they're like, yeah, bitch, get in line, hoes. And then they like, oh, let's go take on the next thing, and then they get Order 66, and this batch doesn't really respond to that order because they're defective mutant whatever clones now, and then the regular clones kill the Master, and the Padawan runs away. Bad Batch goes after the kid to try to protect him or figure out what's going on and whatever. One of them is sort of getting the chip Order 66 notice, but not 100%. And the kid gets away. And then they go back to Coruscant. It's going to be the Empire now. They're like, okay, cool. War's over. We're Empire now. And then they get in like a fight in the cafeteria. And then Tarkin's like, let me see these fools fight in a training thing. And they get through it real easy. Give us a challenge, bitch. And then he makes robots with live ammunition. They take it down. And then he's like, oh, you're pretty good. Let's test you again. And does an obvious thingy where, oh, you're going to get separatist bad guys on a planet, but they're really like Coruscant civilians or something. And they're like, hey, why don't you start thinking with your brains, you stupid clowns? And then like, oh, no, we got to leave. There's children here. Oh, no. And then they're like, oh no, Tarkin's watching us. Tarkin's spying on us. So, and then one of them's like, we have orders. We need to kill them. And the Rambo guy's like, the Rambo guy's like, no, let's not do that. Let's go back and get the female Boba Fett on the planet. That's one of us apparently because she's a defective weirdo. And then they go back and they get captured because they're weird. And then they take the one guy who kind of follows orders-ish, but not 100%. And then he gets mega eviled with something implanted below the chip thingy in his head. So he's more on their side, I guess. And then they use the little kid to escape their prison cell, and then a little fight, and then the episode's over.
Yes.
That about it?
Yes.
Comedically, you summarized that pretty well. Yeah. Essentially.
Sorry. They're gonna go find one friend, and it's gonna be at J Exxon something planet. I forget what they said.
Yeah. Essentially, the Bad Batch just got 4 guys. You got Hunter. It's like Rambo. It's kind of weird. I don't quite understand. They're essentially like mutants, or it's like in the Clone Wars. It seemed like they were force sensitive in a way or something. That's what I was taking away at first, but I guess not. I don't know.
From this, it made it sound like when they were doing early tests of clones, these ones had whatever defects, but they weren't too defective. Like, wasn't 99 the name of the old one that got killed in one of the battles? The old hunchback one.
Yeah, they call themselves Clone Force 99. They're like the last of their defective kind. Defective because they're not properly chipped. But there is still a chipping in them, but like it's not quite part of their genetic. Like it just didn't take or something. Like, they're kind of playing with things.
Yeah, they have more free will, I guess. Though that's kind of weird because they don't really phrase that very well. They're like, oh, his chip works sorta sometimes, not entirely. But then
let's just turn it to 11.
But then those guys are just normal brained, but they probably have the chip in them. But
that was ableist of you.
I don't know. It just, you know what I mean?
I thought the Bad Batch was super brained, so it's not ableist of him. It's actually reverse ableist.
PB, they have a character.
Disableist.
His name is called Pale Man, or what was his name?
Pale.
Wait, which one?
The guy who's the clone that's extremely pale. What was his name?
Talking about Echo with like the robotics on him?
No, the brain. Oh well, yeah. Well, I was gonna say the Brainiac one or
Oh,
whatever.
Tech.
Is, yeah, Tech.
There's Hunter. It's like Rambo.
I hate their names. I hate
You
their
got
names. It's so generic.
Crosshair. You got Crosshair, and then you got.
Okay, hold
Wrecker.
on. I'm sorry. The names that they come up with in the Clone Wars even kind of suck for a lot of names, like Savage, like Savage. It's like what was like does Darth Maul have a sister called Shadow Darkness? Like then you got
Shadow.
Then you got Hunter and Tech and CrossFit. Like I don't know. I don't know. They just kind of annoy me with their names. Also, I don't know. It's like there's some moments in the episode that I was like, this isn't horrible. Like when they're in the training thingy, and when they're in the training.
I didn't even watch it, and this is blasphemy.
Like there was the only part I thought was, I mean, there's some parts that are fine, but like I don't care really either. So it's really hard for me to be invested. And they always try to frame Tarkin like, oh, he's evil, tricky man, and it's like, well, yeah, we know, but they're so overt about, like, it's so obvious what they're doing. Like when he says, "Oh, there's separatists on there, and if you crush them, you'll be looked at as heroes." It's like, well, obviously those are like rebels or something. Like I don't know. It's just like okay, and there's and I did like where the little girl's playing with the medical droid and in their room or something, and then the Senate clone troops come in like, "Hey, you're not supposed to be in here," and he's like, "Yes, we can." And he's like, "Shut up, droid." He like shoots it. It's like he just shot the droid. He's like, "Shut up, robot! I don't give a fuck. You talk back to me, I kill you." That was funny. I was like,
yeah.
Okay. I was like, "Hey, good. That was funny."
Yeah, there were some interesting things in this. Like it's not as bad as Rebels, and like
yeah, it's better quality.
It's a good.
It's not as bad.
I think it was too long to start out with, but there's little moments like film style that I appreciate, like just taking their time and not like zoop 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 zoop. And like, they have their pacing.
Yeah, I'll admit. Yeah, okay, that's a good plus. I'll give it. It's not too fast paced. They're not cutting the camera everywhere at all times. They kind of take a moment, kind of slow. They don't have music play every single second. I like that, because they do that a lot in like Rebels and stuff.
Yeah, this there's interesting things like first off, I don't know where this is gonna go, but they got the female clone named Omega. So she's, I guess, the last clone, even though they show you there's other clones being grown. So we'll see.
The last one we'll see that's introduced, I assume.
Yeah, and then what's interesting is like Tarkin, his main thing, and I think what's going to be a crux of the show, this like subtext, is why or how the Empire transitioned from clones to
conscripted soldiers.
Conscripted soldiers. And it seems pretty much cut and dry, like, well, this will save us half the cost, as opposed to upkeep for a better army, which is one of the explanations I've read or seen. I don't know where I pulled this from, but one of the explanations I saw for like why they went with TIE fighter designs. They're very light, they're not well armored, but they're based
went
off
for cheaper and mass quantities, essentially.
Well, yeah, but in the idea behind it, they didn't take into account the pilots of the Jedi Starfighter. They're like, wow, I got such good kill ratios with these fighters. Let's just like build on that. But they weren't taking into account like the force sensitivity of the pilots, and so, but they're also the Empire, and there's obvious Nazi allegory with like the main objectives of like the Sith with the Empire, but there's also like Red Army ideas of like mass quantity of like the machine, like in Tolkien, being like this overwhelming evil, where it's just like disembodying the world of like uniqueness and craft and stuff. And that's kind of cool. But yeah, I think that's a cool thread. I'm interested to see like fully fleshed out more. That we just don't have the time with movies to do necessarily, if it's not the focus. Other than that, like I'm just like, man, I want to see these guys connect episode 3 to 4 and have key players pop in and stuff, and just make the water murky for the storytelling. Like the biggest thing I have a problem with Lucasfilm is like lack of inventiveness. It's all let's plug in these holes of already created stuff when they could just have so much more freedom if they made a move like Rise of Skywalker, where it's like, oh, let's just end it, but they're not going forward. High Republic has potential, for the story building because it's so far away from episode 1. Aside from Yoda being still alive and in the story, there's so much open space to tell a story still. But really, they should just be going past Rise of Skywalker and building on that, and starting to grow.
You want to build on the rise of Skywalker?
No, what he's saying
Timeline.
is that
Timeline. Go past it.
He's saying like because they keep on making all these films that are in between what already exists. He means like just go beyond that point.
Yeah, because when they start like adding detail, they just like there's just too much.
There's too much to ruin. That's the thing too. Anything you might gain when people go like, "Oh, it's this or that," well, you're also going to sacrifice something else. So
yeah, I mean and like they're already the whole initiative of like let's clean slate. It's films and what we make. This is all continuity, but they're not even paying attention to their own continuity. Like they'll do something 1 year in a comic or a book, and it's like, oh, this is so foundational to understand more depth to the universe. And then they're like, oh, new comic, new story, new show. Yeah. And then, whatever.
This explains it now.
Yeah.
Which bullshit.
That's why I'm like, go forward. Go, whether it's following up Rey's lineage. If
I agree with Rookie on this one. When you go forward like that, then you run the risk of saying, all of that time, all of that energy that you expended, even if you enjoyed yourself the entire time, you loved all of it. Forget that stuff because it didn't fucking matter. What we're telling you now is the fucking truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the Marxist unpersoning, if you will, of storytelling that is more than likely with like the current initiative in Hollywood.
They'll probably do this. They'll probably say that some woman Jesus made the Force at some point and spewed out of her vagina, and now that's because you're welcome, all Jedi people.
Yeah, like Lucas is an SJW. But he's from a different era of SJWism, and he had restraint. So, like, Star Wars Episode 4, that was all about his whole initiative was like, fucking Nixon, the Vietnam War. But it's so subtle, and like his intent is like imperialist America, Viet Cong. But you can extrapolate Rebels and Empire with like the American Revolution, with the Civil War, with French Revolution, so many different eras in history you can apply.
Yeah,
that
people have applied different wars to the different films, and a lot of people don't get. They're like, oh, it's obviously this one war. And it's like somebody else goes, no, actually, it has lots of correlations with this war and this war and this war, and they're like, no, it's this one. It's like, but no, it literally is broad enough to go to any of these different ones. So
the even bigger thing is like Lucas's intent when they say, oh, this was made for kids. Well, that whole quote is like not full context. He was talking about like religion's dying and media can fill that void. We can fill a void of myths and religion, of storytelling to give the next generation these ethos and these moral ideas to live by. Simple enough, but engaging. And you're kind of removed from like the rigidness of religious law and whatnot that you're being taught. And that's the utility. And that was the purpose of Star Wars, just like Lord of the Rings in a way, where it's like, yeah, you're just reading this Middle Earth fantasy, but there's so many things people can pull from it. Especially Tolkien being a World War I vet and his view of communism and whatnot, and his kind of elitist
Faramir, lead your 30 troops to go retake that whole failed thing. You'll do fine. You're sending us toward deaths.
What's the word? Anarchist. Yeah, like Tolkien was kind of an elitist anarchist. He thought men could live without government for the most part and goodwill. And it's like, I don't buy that necessarily, but you see the intent and like the ideas. And Like that's devoid in new Star Wars. There's nothing that I can show my kids with new Star Wars, even Baby Yoda or Mandalore, any of that, where I'm like, look at like the rich ideas being taught in this. Look at like the subtext of the Duel of the Fates, which I didn't even know until Filoni said that. I just love Star Wars in Episode 1 for what it is. But then I heard that from Filoni, from Lucas, about like what the real meaning of this fight is and why it's Duel of the Fates. It's like, oh my God, it's even deeper than I realized, you know, and it just adds to the whole patriarchal, like this is a man's series. The whole draw is like the struggle of father and son, whether it's surrogate, step, or whatever, you know, real father and son, and the sins of the father, prodigal son, and all that. It's all male based. Even sequel trilogy, the real story draw is Kylo, even though it's about Rey. The real draw, what you might be interested in, if you're interested, the thing that keeps propelling the story is like, well, Kylo, will he redeem himself or will he fall like Vader, you know? And that was male based.
In each episode, he kind of changes his mind.
Yeah, he's really flaky.
It's not in a smart way that he's flaky though.
It's not
annoying.
tragic like Anakin, where it's like a death by 1,000 cuts that's like pushing him on top of the manipulation.
Well, it's funny because like people would criticize Anakin and the prequels for being like a angsty kid or teenager, and it's like, I don't know. I'd say Kylo fits that bill a little more than that, but I don't know. I just see it's like when watching the Bad Batch, like I just don't care anymore. Like I'm only watching it because you told me to watch it. That's it. It's like, okay.
Yeah, no, I get that. I do get it. There's still like Star Wars is still alive for me, not just the saga and, you know, maintaining that for my children.
Nah, man,
my own fandom.
Fucking Cara Dune bastards.
See, it's like I don't get two shits about the Mandalorian in any way, shape, or form. Don't care about Cara Dune either. Never watched the full. I watched 3 episodes. I watched 3 episodes. I watched 3 episodes of the Mandalorian again because Angus. I have no interest in any of them.
Oh my God! I want you to join Star Wars.
Blaming Angus.
Let's just smoke crack.
He's abusing me, making me watch. He's abusing me, making me watch Star Wars.
You're such a terrible person. Making him watch the Mandalorian.
Star Wars in the basement.
Probably
awful.
didn't even let him get up and go to the bathroom either.
He's got a bucket.
They're like, look, it's Baby Yoda, and we got a fob, and we gotta get him. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. And then I don't know. It's like the next episode. I guess I'll watch it just to give my nonchalant review on here about it, because that's about all I can contribute. You want me to make a review? I can't. There's nothing to say. I don't know what to say.
Well,
they try.
You could say hello to Carmen and hello to Karen.
Yeah.
Well, I was waiting for a moment. I saw her. Yeah.
There's a moment. He didn't know what to say. That's when you stick it in there.
First we got Speaker saying, I don't have a problem with movie 4, but they need to respect what came before. The problem, they shit on the legacy characters to build up the shitty characters they have made. I agree, and that's something you see going forward with Marvel now, which we'll talk about later. We got Carmen Aguilar late saying, Angus, my darling Angus. Hello. What's up, Carmen? We got Karen also here saying, hey, Carmen.
Hi, Karen.
Oh,
Hi,
screw
Karen.
me.
Hi, Karen.
Karen's like, I've been here for fucking ever. Speaker says, blaming Angus for watching the Mando. That's sad.
Yep.
Well,
we literally watched it together, so yep. But that's okay. See, it's like, I guess I don't mind watching it so that I can say without a doubt whether I like it or not. Again, so like the character Hunter, he's like the Rambo. I get what they're trying to do, but I don't know. I don't care enough. And see, what bugs me is that, because this was the one thing with the Clone Wars as well, with the show, is that they have some good they have good moments sometimes, but it's undercut by a lot of the, I want to say, childishness of it, or they have to say it so clearly that like a kid can understand it without just letting it kind of be a little bit mysterious. They overtly tell you what a lot of things are going on, you know. It just kind of bugs me. when watching it because I'm getting I'm kind of like when they're killing the master and the Padawan is watching, like, I don't know, that whole scene was bugging the shit out of me. And then he's like, look, we are not against you. Yes, you are. And it's like, I don't give a fuck. No, I didn't kill him. Yeah, I think you didn't kill him. Or he's like, yeah, I know you didn't kill him or something. He's like, yeah, I killed him, sure. And he's like, no, you didn't. It's like, I don't know. I was just kind of annoyed because I'm like, I'm not surprised by anything they do because they make it quite obvious with a lot of stuff. When they have the girl pick up the gun and shoot him, I'm like, because he's like, you must go directly to the ship and do not go anywhere else. Well, that means she's not going to listen to him. She will save them, obviously. Like, that's just they say it so overtly that they're going to do the thing or the opposite of the thing, you know, and that's very annoying.
With Omega shooting, that's why I'm wondering what they're going to do. I'm holding the reins. A lot of people want to jump, be like, Mary Sue, she's like 8 and shot a blaster. But it's like, well, she's on a clone facility. It's all she's lived on. I have no problem. I wouldn't say she's a Mary Sue. It's just the avertness is what I was referring to. You know, it's weird. When I saw her, I instantly thought of Rookie because
what? I don't look like an 8-year-old female Boba Fett.
No, I thought of you because for a while you were trying to do something like who's that guy? He's like the Fox furry avatar on YouTube. You're like, oh, I love this guy. He did like
Fox furry. What?
I don't know. It's like a furry character in a suit. It's a big channel.
No idea what you're talking about.
Big channel. You had him on your stream one time. We went on his a couple times.
Oh, the Bandit Incorporated.
Bandit. There you go.
Okay, no. That was his avatar.
He's great.
His avatar is of like of a cat on a cat head on a human body or something.
Yeah, okay. He's wearing a suit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you know him. Oh yeah. I was like, I have no idea what you're going with.
But anyway, I thought of you because when you were trying to kind of inspired by that, want to do your own take on rewriting episode 7. I was reading X-23 and I'm like, hey, you could pull from this to kind of since we kind of know, I think episode 9 hadn't come out yet, but I was like, hey, this would be a way you could rewrite and explain Rey as make her some sort of clone from force sensitive person when it's Luke, Obi-Wan, Emperor, whatever. That was my idea. Threw at you as, you know, something that's been established before that's worked in storytelling with kind of the strictures we got with Star Wars. And yeah, so like I'm holding the reins, but this very much could be a Mary Sue character, or like, oh, the rebellion really built from this 8-year-old girl, or, you know, something stupid like that, you know. But we'll see.
I feel like I don't know if they'll have time. Well, okay, never mind. They always can have time.
They got 16
to do
episodes.
that, but 16 episodes. Fuck me. I thought, don't they do like less than 10 now?
No, they did 12.
16 episodes of what?
Of Bad Batch.
Oh, fucking finally, they're actually doing at least somewhat of a season instead of this bullshit of 10,
I've
8,
been so confused.
6. They're getting smaller and smaller with all these Disney Plus series. And finally, we get something where we actually get a decent number of fucking episodes, and that's what you're fucking complaining about? Are you serious right now?
Wait, who is complaining?
You.
I was saying no. I was saying I'm surprised because they've been only doing episodes. They're like, we're gonna do like less than 10, and like, but there's nothing specific. We'll do 4 episodes or 6 or 8 or whatever. They just like picking random numbers, but less than 10. So I'm just confused that they actually did one that's like almost a full season of something. Yeah. Just surprising. That's all.
Oh, thank you, PB. Michael Brent, thanks for joining. No, I'm not big into anime. I did catch up on Attack on Titan. I started watching One Punch Man, but I ran out on my Hulu free subscription. So when Attack on Titan, the final half of the final season drops like December or whenever they actually drop it, I'll binge that really quick and then I'll watch One Punch Man. And
you need to watch One Punch Man first.
But I'm not big into anime. I was very much not scarred, but just had an aversion because of the weirdos that were into anime.
Well, yeah, a lot of people are very defensive about anime. They'll even if you watched like 10 anime shows, they'd go, "You're not even a real animator" or some shit. And it's like, okay,
No, you'd
whatever.
give them a list of 10, and then they'd be like, "Yeah, but you didn't watch this one. You're not a fan."
That's what I mean. I'm like, if I listed 10 and like if some was Dragon Ball and Yu-Gi-Oh or something,
oh my god,
they'd be like, yeah, and it's like, oh my god, they'd be like, the qualifications are so weird for these fan people. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I've just never been to Sailor Moon, but Lethal likes it, so maybe I'll try it out. But
when I was younger, that would be on before like Dragon Ball and stuff sometimes, or around those ones, and it's like,
let's try to get kids to watch it.
They're very weird shows. They're very weird. That's just all I'll say.
Yeah,
it's like a talking cat, and then like weird innuendos for Japanese kid things. It's weird, but yeah,
like the words I was talking about is like in school, like they were in like the retard classes, like they couldn't pass normal history, normal math. They had to be in like special ed. But then they knew everything about Yu-Gi-Oh and how to do this turn and that, and
right. It's like I know all 785 Pokemon and all their powers, all their evolutions, all
There's
the things.
more than that.
I know there's 800.
You're the kid in special ed, PB. That I'm like, ew, anime.
I'm not. I'm the worst anime fan because I only watch Pokemon and Dragon Ball and Yu-Gi-Oh.
Ditto, bro. That's all I could tolerate.
Anything beyond that, I was like, no, that's weird. I guess no. I probably watched a little bit of Gundam back in the day, and then I was like, I still don't know what the hell's going on. I watched half a season.
Yeah,
I got no clue.
There was one that was on. I was at my dad's, and rarely would I watch anything like that at his house. So I was like, oh, what is this one? And it was like Beyblades, and they're like have spinning tops that are like a huge war battlefield with each other. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Like,
yeah,
so I'm surprised there's not one called Yo Battle or something with yo-yos and the
that's actually coming out next year.
Mega yo-yo ultra walking dog ultra power or some shit. Like, I don't know. You have the mega yo-yo that was passed down from your ancestors from the ancient times. The aliens from Narblock are gonna battle you in a yo-yo battle or some shit.
They pitch a show. It's like Yo-Yo Arena, and they got blades on the yo-yos.
Wait, are you serious or are you joking?
I'm making up a pitch.
Okay, because
they're like, dude, totally. Let's make a manga.
That sounds like one. That sounds like one they do.
I mean, what's
this character is so tragic
to make a manga?
This character is so tragic because his dad was a champion in the yo-yo arena, and he saw him get cut in half, and so he's had been saved by a yo-yo samurai. And someone's gonna hear this, and 2 years later they're gonna steal my fucking idea.
A million times.
It's gonna be on Crunchyroll.
And then the Master Yo-Yo will be a sloth. The Master Yo-Yoer will be a sloth, and it'll take everybody by surprise. Be like, he's the Yo-Yo Master, sloth. And it's just like, why? Because it's anime. Shut up. Anyway,
nonetheless, I'm not big into anime, but there's shows I'm like, oh, okay. And, we got a weeb in here. We got Spear for the Dead's really a weeb, and so he's good company. So if he says give it a try, I'll try it. But sometimes I'll see something like when I used to work in movies, I'm like, ooh, this looks hot, and then it's just like so fucking boring, like no boobies. Like, what the hell is this? What's the draw? I'm just like, I just Studio Ghibli. They're not like in the full anime necessarily, but I saw at the pawn shop they had like some brand new shit probably from Target, $4 a pop. I'm like, hey, everyone loves these, so I'll watch them and flip them on Facebook community maybe if I don't like them.
Yeah, some of them are weird though. Like, oh, my parent will turn into a pig, and it's like, what? But I was gonna say, like One Punch Man is a good exception of some of them because it's like it takes a character that is unstoppable essentially as your protagonist, and they make a pretty good character and story out of it.
Right, but the entire point of One Punch Man is everybody is watching the show, just waiting and hoping for the day where he has to be Two Punch Man.
Yeah. Well, it's just interesting. It's just interesting because they build up all these characters that have all these backstories and all their explanations for the evolution, and science mastered into this huge. It's beaten in one punch essentially, but there's other characters that are like other heroes that pull more character out too, where you see all these super other people get their asses beat by this one guy, and then this little dude on a bicycle tries to attack him and is failing, and he's like, I know I can. They do some good drama with that. It's like, oh shit, oh man, that's the hero right there. Fuck One Punch Man. Like that's the guy we want to root for. They do some deep shit in there sometimes, but then at the end of the day, still One Punch.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you sit there, you're like, okay, why can't we just get the episode over with and have him show up at the beginning and punch this motherfucker? Because he's literally One Punch Man.
But that's also what makes it interesting. They have an episode where there's like meteors falling down, and he punches the shit out of them, but it still like destroys the shit out of a city. And it's like, yeah, you can punch it, but like, what? Like, do you have any other things you can do in the meantime? Are you quick enough to do these other things? Can you save all these other people, even though you can just beat the enemy in one punch? What else can you do? And so it's kind of like taking the Mary Sue type of thing, but applying character and actual problems and things for them to fail at still. And he's also supposed to teach this other person, but he has no idea how to teach him anything. And so he's kind of not the best of a teacher. And that's, some good there. I don't know. I'd say it's a better.
Terrible.
Better or worse than the Bad Batch?
Worse. Where's the lightsaber?
Oh yeah, they didn't have a lightsaber activation after the first scene in the Bad Batch, which surprised me because I thought they'd think, oh, they need to see swinging laser swords to make it cool.
Oh,
no,
fuck!
They didn't.
God. Laser swords. Are you Ryan Johnson?
No, I'm saying it to make fun of them because that's what they would want to see. I need to see a laser sword to be in it. I was making fun of them. The people that would be upset that there wasn't a lightsaber. That's what I was saying. But yeah.
Hey, Ricky, go in the DMs the second to last.
My eyes. Oh, it's just Brie Larson.
Second to last.
Nobody says that. Nobody goes, oh, my eyes. You go, oh, my ears, but not, oh, my eyes.
Second to last link, the YouTube link.
You don't know what's in my DMs, PB.
There's nothing that you can see that's just her. Like, if you saw just her, you definitely wouldn't be going, oh, no, my eyes.
Hold on. So you sent me a lot of things in here.
I said second to last.
Oh my god.
Okay, the YouTube one or
yes,
one of the articles?
Yes, YouTube. God damn.
Okay, well, no, because in the DMs,
one.
I could think you mean the ones from earlier.
No.
Oh, my volume is way too high.
No, it's just fine.
Hold on.
Oh, yeah. By the way, Karen is just sitting here waiting to learn about Woman Jesus.
Yeah, I read that before. Like, whamming Jesus? Just think of the frickin' power.
No, and you see Rey is the descendant of the woman Jesus. That
my god!
That she spewed the Force juices out of her vagina, and that spread across the galaxy, and now the Force is in all of us.
Right, we were talking about the Bad Batch, which you told me takes place during Episode 3. How do you keep bringing up this bitch?
Who? What? Oh, I don't bring her up. When do I bring her up all the time?
You brought her up like 3 times already. I ain't talking about the sequels at all.
I literally brought it up once.
Now you want to talk about the DCU sequels?
Motherfucker.
We started Snyderverse.
Fucking Snyderverse.
Here we go.
Destroyed everything.
Okay.
This will kind of exemplify the.
This is great with Star on it.
Right.
Hey, you haven't been saying much for a minute, Karn.
Like sports? How about girls soccer?
Soccer sucks. Then come to the family track with us. The Australian women's national team, who were ranked number 5 in the world at the time, lost 7-0
Oh my God.
That's funny.
Wait, so this was some.
Say how women's soccer sucks. Then come to the field and try with us.
Try it with us.
Where
Come on,
is
you
she
got-
from?
I think she's from like a Major League
She's like
Soccer.
on the Kazakhstan Olympic team,
Who knows?
but she's some professional women's soccer team got beaten by a bunch of 15-year-old boys. Holy fuck. Exactly the way that I thought it would be. And everyone thought it would be. Because we're not talking about, like, the best of the best. Like, yeah, you take a 15-year-old boy and have him play tennis against Serena, he'll probably get his ass whooped. But we're talking about a team sport here, motherfuckers.
What are you showing, Ricky?
One of the other things that you sent me.
He's sending things.
From Babylon B or whatever.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yay.
I don't know what it is yet.
B. It's the B.
Problematic. Hey kids, you hate gender?
Yeah.
Then get the brand new androgynous action person, GI Pack.
Cool.
GI Pack gets rid of all the fun and excitement of GI Joes and replaces it with self-righteousness and anger.
This dino won't tell me its pronouns. Take this, Nazi.
GI Pack comes with awesome accessories like a commuter bike, a sword latte, and a cell phone with instant outrage self-reaction. Pro-life people should die.
Awesome.
But look out! Here comes GI Pack's greatest foe.
Marriage is between a man and a woman.
Mike Pence.
Mike Pence and the evil right-wingers will stop at nothing to destroy GI Pack, and it's up to you to fight back.
I won't share a meal with another woman unless someone else is present.
Right side of history. I'm dead.
Now you know your gender identity, and knowing is half the battle. Gender back today.
I didn't see that last part. The knowings have.
That's pretty good.
Take that, Nazi.
Hail lobster.
Oh, hey, it's funny because I'm always searching for shit to buy cheap on eBay and flip it. I got a Mandalorian Black Series, the first one, in its crappy armor, and it's like $24 total. And I end up getting some stupid ass GI Joe toy, which like I don't fucking like GI Joe. I like the realistic, like, hey, here's this sailor from World War II, or here's this like Marine, but not like the actual like comic and cartoon. Don't care about that crap. And I'm like, hey, refund. And I just got $24 back for free through eBay. Plus I got to keep that to sell it again.
Fucking A, man. That's what's up. I love that
Winning.
shit. It's like, oh, you don't need to send it back. It's fine. We already sold 1 million. Okay.
Right, GI Joe sucks. I don't even want it back.
Just sell it to someone else. They'll take it. It's fine.
Oh yeah.
I need another beer.
Oh yeah. Well, you'll need one for I don't know what video this is that he sent me.
Oh yeah. Play the Harrison Ford. Yeah. Oh, that's
Okay.
good.
Great. Hold the deck.
Oh, the card trick.
You're thinking of a card? Do I know what card you're thinking of? Your card just left the deck. Just now. Look through the deck. Your card isn't there. Go ahead. Look. Yeah, it's not there. Grab a piece of fruit for me, like one that we can open up. Yeah, grab a piece of fruit. Go ahead.
One that we can
Say your
open
card out
up.
loud.
I would have grabbed a fucking banana.
9 of hearts.
Yep.
See how there's a card in the orange?
No way.
See how there's one card inside? Please remove it. Take it out.
Been like, I haven't bought oranges in 5 years, motherfuckers.
Get the fuck out of my house.
Get the fuck out of my house.
That ending is so worth it.
How's that not memed anywhere? Get the fuck out of my house.
It doesn't have to be memed. It's TikToked.
Oh, man. That's funny.
Oh,
Yeah,
a little
shows them
peek
the-
behind the rookie curtain there.
Oh,
What the
yeah.
fuck is that?
It's different race Band-Aids.
Oh my god.
So when you're bleeding, make sure, or your friend's bleeding, make sure that you get the right ones that match them. And if you don't have one, then fuck them. They're dead.
Like, oh man, I think they're in between these two tones. I guess they'll bleed to death.
I was a medic, so this could be someone could make a really funny skit.
Oh fuck.
Of
I
like,
mean, I might.
it's like his guts are gushing out. And it's like, we gotta seal it. And like he pulls out gauze, but it's white. He's like, that's the wrong skin tone.
Fucking gauze. I need the tan gauze. You pull out the next one. No,
It's culturally insensitive.
You literally give them the wrong ones.
He's Egyptian.
Yeah, it's
Literally
like,
give him
the surgeons get him to seal him up, and they see the guns and like court-martial this motherfucker. And then you show him, and he's in like a Few Good Men scenario, and he goes to fucking Leavenworth military prison for life for the wrong gauze.
I was gonna say he's like bleeding and he's only got like a few minutes to live, and they're like, oh, we got the bandages, and they're like, it's not the right ones. He punches them in the face. He's like, give me the right ones. Are you crazy? This doesn't match my skin. Oh no.
We got Bianca fights the zombies in the chat.
What's up?
What's up, Bianca?
Dudes. Don't assume my gender.
What? Why not?
What's this one right here?
It's Bill Gates, who's a big pro-vaxxer.
That's
Oh, he's
only because he owns the vaccines.
Yeah,
controlling
his
everyone.
wife's divorcing him, and so everyone's making some good-ass memes on this guy.
That's what the fuck that is?
I don't get why their arms are twitching because the vaccine.
Because he chipped him.
Well, yeah, but I know, but it says single women, and I know, but like, so are they gonna? It's just, ow, my arm.
Oh my god. Just never mind.
Fucking shit, man.
Well, because when it's here, all I'm seeing is he's going, tee-hee, I have chipped them, and is it just telling him that they're where they are? Because
yes.
I don't see.
Yes.
Oh, because to me that sounds useless. It's just like,
Oh my god.
It's because like,
How
okay,
is it useless?
how is it useful?
He knows where you are at all times.
Millions of dollars. How is it not useful to know where all of the single women are?
Thank you, Curtis. He's spying on them. Like, why would he know they're single? Because they got a vaccine.
In their shoulder.
That's the joke.
I don't. But find them through their shoulder.
Oh my god, this
I'm
is
just
painful.
I'm just gonna GPS look at them in their house. I don't know. It just seems
painful.
seems like a waste of time. Is all I'm saying. Like I'm waiting for there to be this is a really smart, funny plan.
Ricky, you never look up memes on the internet, do you?
I see memes all the time.
No, that's not what I said. I said you never look them up.
I gotta tell you, dude, this is a prime meme, and
this is at least
low,
a 9.
I give this a 2 out of 10. This is
holy fuck.
Wow, this was. I'm sorry, chat.
Well, because what
is wrong with this guy?
You see, my thing is, it would be if they weren't touching their shoulders, and they're like that would make more sense. But they're going like, "Ow, my shoulder," and it's like so, like what? So he's activating the thing that controls them because of the vaccine, and they're going, "Ow, my shoulder." Thank you for causing them pain. I don't know what the point is with that.
This is one of those like shaking my head moments. Like I hate that phrase, but like I'm feeling it.
The reason the meme is so good is because it is able to work on multiple levels. You can look at it and you can interpret it as more than one thing, or when you're doing that, you can combine all of them together. They're grabbing their arms because it hurts from the vaccine, and he just happens to be checking up on them because he's put a chip in them.
Yeah, I got that, and that seems like a weak meme to me. I don't know.
I think that you got it.
I'm assuming there's more to this, and it just seems so dumb. I don't know. It just seems
What
like
do you need?
because you guys are acting like it's so genius, and it's like just okay.
It's timely, and
I
it's
don't know.
It hits
It just-
two things at one. He's a
Angus,
globalist
out of all the
trying to
memes you've
chip
shown
everyone.
me, this is one of the weakest ones you've ever shown.
Trying to
That's
chip
all I'm saying.
everyone, and his wife's dumping him.
That's
So he's
one
looking
of
for
the-
single ladies.
I get it, but that's just one of the weakest memes you've ever shown me. It
This
just,
was from the May the 4th. G4, of all places, owned Disney.
okay.
I expected more response, but whatever.
I remember the
Fucking
G4
guy.
channel. I remember the G4 channel, but
I kind of forgot they exist, and I saw it. I'm like, "Whoa, sick burn!"
yeah, I think Rogue One is shitty too. But
holy fucking shit! You're friends with this guy?
did you love the Rogue One?
Is by far the best Disney film, and it
Yeah,
might even be better than some of the prequels.
Oh, crossing dangerous waters.
You have to back that one up. I don't know.
Some
Quite
definitely not better than Episode 3. It has moments, but the entirety of the movie not better than Episode 3.
I'd say it barely has anything. Like it honestly is so poorly put together and very unnecessary to show anything. It's really one of the most worthless episodes. I'd say most uneventful.
Wait, which episode?
Rogue One.
Oh, well, that's
Rogue
not
One's not a fucking episode. Move on. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Karen says, I wouldn't marry the douche Gates in the first place. She must have a hate on her vagina to want Gates in it.
I didn't read that one before. God damn. Holy shit. Oh, he's a creepy fucking bastard. You ever see the movie Pirates of Silicon Valley?
Talking about Bill Gates?
Yeah.
No.
Dude, he stole everything and every idea he's ever had. Like Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak were making things happen. And he's like, oh, what are those guys doing over there? So he went over there, he had a conversation with them. He's like, oh, this is really interesting what you guys are doing. And then he went over to China and made his own computers. Fucked up.
Hey, you can take the meme down, Ricky.
Did you want me to show more or no?
Yeah, if there's more, yeah. I just thought that meme summed up.
You sent me a
Well,
lot.
I wish I had that meme last week when I was talking to Janie, because that kind of that and the soccer thing totally surmises everything I was saying about the disparity. And you see this kid gets in and I'm a different gender. Now he's like dominating girls wrestling. Wonder why.
Yep. I just want to
weight difference.
Oh, this is good. PB, read this one.
Oh, hold on a second. You're allowed to spray a man with Raid if he's under 5'11". Does this mean we can use elephant rifles on girls more than 200 pounds?
That's one of the best comebacks I've ever heard.
Like, no, you're not allowed to use a rifle on the women over 200 pounds because there's lots of women over 200 pounds that I like the shape of.
I just like to think that she's like, you're allowed to spray a man with raid if he's under 5'11". And somebody's like, does that mean we can use elephant rifles on girls more than 200 pounds?
Yeah, nobody ever wants to think of the other side of the coin, motherfuckers.
I imagine that bitch Zakay de Elik is like, you know, it's like, oh, fuck you, blocked.
Karin says, "Oh my god, this is." I don't know what she's saying exactly. She says this is going to die laughing. I think she must say this is going to make me die laughing. This one says, "Mother stunned after hospital legally names her newborn daughter Corn by mistake."
What's she going for?
This is the mom.
She wanted to call her Cora.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
You know, honestly, she probably just wrote the A weird. And
Totally, it was a total typo. I mean, it could have been a typo on either end. The person could have typoed.
Well, I mean, look at your keyboard. N is like way over in the bottom middle. A is over on the...
It's not. They're not close on the keyboard. It's not like you missed.
No, yeah. But yeah, you probably wrote it funny.
Typists make different style typos than us weirdos on the internet do when we're typing away on our phone.
Dude, just think if the last name's Cobb. That's like that's a real last name.
Oh my god!
What would be funnier? No. What would be funnier is if the mother entered it in right as Cora, and then right before it was sent in, the husband went in and changed it to Corn. Just a
He's like, I'm an Avatar fan. Fuck Cora.
She was like, I wanted to name her Justine Time. You know, I wanted to name her Justine middle name Time, but you wouldn't let me. So I, named her Corn.
I feel like the child's middle name should be Cobb and the last name should be Husker.
It's so lame, it's good.
Thank you.
Indeed. Oh, that's funny.
Says, nuts! Oh, PB, have you watched Invincible yet?
No. I was doing a stream with Perp last night, and he said that they were going to talk about it at the end of the stream. But thankfully, I fell asleep on the stream and missed all the spoiler talk.
Yeah, we apparently have a lot of homework, PB, because everybody wants us to watch all these shows.
Invincible's goddamn good.
That's what I hear.
Yeah. So this has been memed already. When essentially the Superman type character with his son, he's beating the fuck out. I'm trying to give him perspective, and he's like, in the show, he's like, just think, man, like these people are animals. You know, we're like supreme. Why even worry about them? And people have done this. They did a Godzilla Kong one I showed you on the chat earlier. It's pretty good.
I've only seen like a million memes about this one post specifically. I don't know.
Yeah, can you read this one?
Oh, you want me to start at the beginning? I can start at the beginning.
It's usually
think, man, you can only like one more than the other. Ass or tits? Feet?
Oh God!
The kid's a weirdo.
Motherfucker has a fetish.
he just kills his kid right there. He's like, nope, gonna end that bloodline and make sure we start out normal.
It was like, I can live to. I'm still making babies. We'll just try again. Fuck it.
But yeah, my non-spoiler take on Invincible, because I'm starting to read the comics. Comic Book Bob actually got me into reading Invincible like a year or two ago, and I just didn't follow through. I liked what I read the first couple of issues. I read probably 3 or 4. Pretty good comic. It's got a lot of Superman and Spider-Man, just general superhero tropes with like kid getting his powers. But subverts a lot of things with those tropes. And kind of goes balls to the wall with some scenarios, especially with like the Superman character as the father. And I like what I've read and videos I've watched about differences and compare and contrast the comic. I like how they've kind of reshaped the story and the way that in the delivery, like the pace. They really sometimes comic creations when they're adapted, they get stuck with like following verbatim. And this one kind of, things you learn like issue 5, it's kind of like at the start and stuff. They kind of shuffle everything around, make it flow better. That is fine the way they did more elongated in the comics, but so yeah, it's a really good show, good build up, some good surprises, a lot of blood for a comic cartoon. Didn't expect that. I was like, shit, this is like a cartoon. The Boys. Amazon is really doing good, so they're just giving me more hope for Lord of the Rings show, whatever that's going to be about exactly.
It's probably going to be about a Lord of the Ring.
Yeah, it's about the universe, but like, what are they going to do in it? It's not going to be based exactly on any books, from what I understand. It's just like
it's probably going to be about fucking dwarves farming.
No.
Don't you want to see how they get dirty feet?
No, I'm not into feet, especially dwarfish feet. I never understood. Okay, I do understand the appeal of feet in the sense of like the subconscious. It's a largely hidden part of the body, so there's like an appeal in that sense. I get that. I get that aspect of like the rationale, but the actual like attraction that revenue range is like that makes no sense. I'm like, feet, nails, like don't put that by me. Gross, I'm not a total freak out by feet, but yeah, definitely not appealed by them. Curse says, yep, just farming and harvest season coming early this season.
Exactly. Getting those extra hairy feet extra dirty. Because that's how they roll in the Shire.
Yeah, so next topic we got Ricky, if you want to pull up that Bound into Comics, you can have this Ricky read session. Hopefully he knows how to read this time.
We'll see.
There's no tweets they have to navigate. So
there could be lots of surprises.
As far as like difficulty level, this should be like a 4.
Okay, we'll see. I'll determine that. All right, yeah. Press the button, and then I'm pressing this other button.
Fucking guy.
To make the other button do the
pressing
button.
My fucking Star Wars buttons.
Yeah. That's what I do. All right, so
Rogue
we got...
One is the bestest episode in Star Wars.
See, by best of the sequels, I would say the least worst, but that's still debatable, honestly. I don't know.
No, it's not fucking debatable.
Oh, maybe one of these days. Good PP, sir.
Okay, get ready to lose. Like, you don't have to read this. We can just look at the picture.
New rumor explains why Marvel Studios...
That's not how Rookie reads. What the fuck is that shit?
I'm sorry. New rumor explains why Marvel Studios changed the title of Captain Marvel 2 to The Marvels. They're just calling it The Marvels? What?
Apparently.
You're so out of the loop.
Wow,
I heard that like 2 or 3 days ago, right? When the hell they dropped that?
That sounds like an incomplete title. The Marvels. What? Just The Marvels? Okay. I don't know. Oh, should we watch the video of her?
No.
Oh. She's looking at PB, though, with those eyes.
Oh, gross.
Oh.
She's really seducing.
Raise your standards, PB.
Fuck off. I just gotta put something in her mouth to keep her shut.
Marvel Studios and the company's head, Kevin Feige. Okay, I'm not going to do it the slow way for you. I'm going to do the crazy for you. Marvel Studios and the company's head, Kevin Feige, previously called the film Captain Marvel 2 during the Disney Investor Day 2020 presentation. During that presentation, Feige stated,
The fact about Miss Marvel is that her idol is Captain Marvel, and Captain Marvel 2 is currently in the works with director Naheed Costa. And today, I'm excited to announce that Miss Marvel's played by Iman. What? Played by Iman will be joining by Brie Larson and co-starring in Captain Marvel 2, along with the crone of Monica Rambeau, played by Tia Paris. Who you have already met in upcoming edition. He added, he concluded, so by now you should start getting the sense of the interconnectedness that infuses all of our storytelling. You get that? You get that?
No, it's just I'm imagining like Kermit the Frog with like too big a hand up his ass. This is a good voice. I love this.
However, Marvel would ditch the Captain Marvel 2 name in a newly released YouTube video titled Marvel Studios Celebrates the Movies.
Look at that chick. Not that baby. Get past that baby. Crikey.
What the fuck? There's a lot of weird ads on this fucking site.
Don't worry about it. It's okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, PB, you go this time.
Oh my God. Tiny fucking words. You want me to read these tiny fucking words?
Yes.
I'll make them bigger.
Okay, I want your eyes to absorb into the screen.
That's not a real thing. I don't know what that even means.
Exactly.
I don't read wild and crazy like Rookie, though. Unfortunately for everybody in the chat. As seen in the video, the film is no longer titled Captain Marvel 2, but is now called The Marvels, and it will debut on November 11th, 2022. I don't control the scrolling on the screen.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted you to read that one part. Okay. Now back to the fun part.
Marvel has not released an official reason as to why the name of the film has changed. However, a rumor from Drew Distribush at Giant Freaking Robot claims what the fuck is the sentence?
I don't know. I was thrown off by the name again. Drew District.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Drew doesn't matter. That giant freaking robot.
At Giant Freaking Robot. What's Giant Freaking Robot?
That's a website.
Okay, it claims that it has to do with Brie Larson. Say it so casually, like Rookie. Of course, Giant Freaking Robot is obviously a website. Like I don't know,
it's hyperlinked.
Well, the whole thing is hyperlinked. I don't know. I just it sounded weird, just as the name of a thing. Anyway, Difflipipla explained that according to the source, Brie Larson saw Captain Marvel 2 turn into the Marvels because the powers that be at Marvel Studios did not feel that she delivered in the first one of her own, on her own. It was clear that the folks at Marvel Studios were not confident that another solo Captain Marvel movie was strong enough to stand on its own two legs. He added. Now we're watching as PB gets further mesmerized by the face.
I mean, it's not nobody's. I mean, not necessarily by the face. I mean, it's not the Jimmy Kimmel dress, but whatever.
Well, there's still an area that's not too bad here, not too shabby at all.
So I said it's not the Jimmy Kimmel dress, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I give it a 6.
6.5.
Mm-hmm. Angus, your turn.
It's too small on my screen. I can't read
Okay,
that.
okay, you fine, bitch. All right, fine.
Wait. I will read it on my phone.
He just doesn't want to say the first word. That's why he wants you to read it.
It's popcorn read, okay? We take turns sometimes.
Popcorn read? What the fuck is popcorn read?
You never did that in kid? They go, okay, popcorn and Steven, and then popcorn Angela.
All right. Daesh would also claim that his source informed him that the film will also feature Blue Marvel, also known as Adam Brashear. Jesus Christ, how many fucking Marvels are there?
Who the fuck is Blue Marvel?
Blue Marvel is a relatively new character. He first appeared in Adam, Legend of the Blue Marvel, #1 by Kevin Greville. I'm going to guess it's Greville. And Matt Broom in 2008. As detailed in his first appearance, Brashear was a hero of the Korean War. He served in the Marine Corps and earned 2 Silver Stars. He graduated magna cum laude from Cornell. Cornell. Any Office fans in here? Cornell sucks. Fuck Andy Bernard. Anyway, in 19 and has theoretical physics. He was also a fullback, corrected 5 touchdowns against Harvard in 1952. That's a lot for a fullback. However, despite his heroics and his loyalty to the United States of America, the president would ask him to cease his superhero activities and reward him with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. He honored the president's wishes and became a physics teacher and began raising a family. Oh, so he's a cuck. He would be recruited back into superhero duties by Tony Stark after the turn of Ant-Man, who he had previously defeated in the 60s. Blue Marvel has incredible strength. He's able to lift a meteor the size of Arkansas. That's really weird that you would make a meteor specifically the size of Arkansas.
What about Kansas?
What about Colorado? It's like perfectly square. Like Arkansas is so irregularly shaped.
What about Mount Rushmore? I don't know.
What the? That's not a state.
I didn't say it was a state. It was a big object to try to lift.
All right. As well as the aircraft carrier, the USS Enterprise. Not only does he have incredible strength, but he also has antimatter manipulation. He's able to channel antimatter energy in a number of ways. He's been known to use concussion beams, force bolts, as well as an optic blast. This all sounds the same. He can also create energy constructs and shields and power up his physical attributes with his antimatter. This is just Green Lantern.
How about they just limit them to 3 powers? Because that's already too many, actually.
He also has the ability to heal others through molecular manipulation. Oh, like Ray.
I guess so.
I knew it. It'll get PV.
I'm surprised they're making Blue Marvel a boy and not,
However,
a whale.
Are you sure?
Well, okay. When I said cuck, like they said, like, oh, he just stops being a hero and becomes a teacher and gets a family. It's like Breaking Bad. I assumed reading up to that point that they were going to be like, oh, let's bring in Blue Marvel, so we'll cuck a guy in the MCU so the women can be in charge. But that'll probably still happen.
Right. Okay. Don't keep on reading. You're too boring. You got to make it Alex Jonesy enough. However, there might be a reason to doubt giant freaking robots' claims, as they also speculate that Monica Rambeau will play the same role in the Marvels, considering her. God, that sounds so stupid. In the Marvels, considering her history with Brie Larson's Carol Danvers, and what is hinted in the WandaVision that turned the freaking frogs gay. As previously noted, Feige also confirmed that Tahina Hootie's Paris Monica Rambeau's what? The monetaries upon Monica Rambeau would indeed be appearing in Captain Marvel 2. I start to lose my speech when I do Alex Jones, especially.
So does Alex Jones.
The original freaking Captain Marvel film grossed $1.129 billion at the freaking global box office. It earned $426.8 million at the domestic box. The Numbers reports that it grossed $67 million in total domestic video sales.
Holy shit, it made $67 million in Blu-ray and DVD and all that fucking kind of sales. That's ridiculous.
No, it's crazy. What's crazy is the domestic box office is more or equal to Alita's global box office.
They turned the freaking global domestic frogs gay. However, the film was sandwiched between the Avengers Infinity War and the Avengers Endgame. And Marvel Studios
Damn it, Ricky. Damn it, you almost had it. No, you almost, man, when you said sandwiched, you could have been like, eat fresh.
Commoditized? What?
Commoditized.
Is that a word? Commoditized. What? Say it, PB. Can you say
Commoditized.
Commoditized.
There we go.
You're trying too hard.
I don't know. That just sounded weird as well.
It's a stupid fucking word.
It sounded like a made-up word. So
is to make himself sound smart after reciting fucking numbers that he looked up on Wikipedia.
Okay. Commoditized. Okay. At the end credit. The end credit scene in the Avengers Infinity War to promote the forthcoming Captain Marvel film. And after that, they're going to take all this stuff and turn all the freaking frogs gay in that film, Infinity War and an Endgame. Fuck. And the werewolves are going to come at you and eat your children.
We don't want to hear about Justin Bieber.
Okay, that's enough reading.
I just saw an Alex Jones clip before we started, and it was pretty good. You can check it on my Twitter. Yeah, so I'll find an image. They just released the first image of the kid playing Miss Marvel, Muslim hand superhero. I saw someone get triggered because what's his name? Poselaw on Twitter. He's like, oh, so Muslim Mr. Fantastic, like when they're explaining her powers on Twitter, because she just morphs her hands pretty much. That's her powers. She's kind of stretchy. She just makes giant fucking hands. That's her thing.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like she morphs it like Inspector Gadget style or something.
No,
like
it's not even cool.
Like she can morph it into a flamethrower or morph it into a sword or something.
It's not even silly cool like Lego Marvel where you're Mr. Fantastic and it's like oh, let me turn into a screw to turn this thing, and let me hammer myself and silly shit, but it's like that's kind of cool. No, it's not even Vince, just like, oh, fat hands, like she's got elephantitis or something. Yeah, I don't know about that character, but yeah, it's funny. I actually I think the character's name is Spectrum in the new Marvel. So Monica Rambeau at one time was like Captain Marvel before Miss Marvel was Captain Marvel now. And so it's weird that they like really pushing Captain Marvel instead of for the first female lead instead of like Monica Rambeau. They're doing Carol Danvers. And she actually go down. In my opinion, she's one of the highlights for WandaVision, a show I didn't like overall. I was intrigued. I'm like, okay, I want to see more of her. I like the actress. She's pretty, and be some intrigue and some, she can go toe to toe possibly with Wanda as far as
she's pretty, but she's no Jimmy Woo.
Okay, that's the thing I didn't like about this show, along with many things, like how long they fucking drawn it out. Was you got a wimpy, effeminate Asian male, and then Monica Rambeau, strong black woman during like BLM shit, which it's coincidental, and then Darcy. Then you got Darcy. Oh yeah, could not be, but yeah, assume it's coincidental. Then you got Darcy from like the Thor series, and it was just like that was very obvious, the like checking the boxes kind of shit. Diversity.
See, with Jimmy Woo, I would be inclined to agree with you more so if he didn't have any character growth from the Ant-Man movies. But he's definitely more sure of himself now.
Yeah, well, like he's a likable character, especially in the Ant-Man sequel. But still, and then all the opponents in like Shield, Sword, whatever agency that was leading that like vigilance of Wanda's construct around the town, they're like everyone was white, and then like when she like expands the hex or whatever. Let's make the white guys, they're clowns, bad white guys are trying to stop our diversity heroes, just subtle shit continuously. There's always
isn't a single black clown.
I don't think so. And there should be.
Shit, I'll have to go back and watch that part over again, because if they weren't able to, I don't know, just do everything what I would call straight up, like, here's a group of people that are all doing the same thing, but we only turn the white ones into clowns. That's fucked.
Yeah. Curtis, you're saying smart word that means normalize, I think, right? Commoditize, think of commodity. So Captain Marvel was like a trivial character for where we were in the MCU at that point, leading into Endgame. But they sandwiched it to make it seem like it was a must-see, especially after the end credit. It's like, who's this person? Oh, there's a movie of her coming right out before the last of this main series we've been building up to with Thanos. So you think you have to see it, but then it's like reconstructing the MCU where it's like, oh, actually, she's the first Avenger. She's why it's called Avengers, even though you had Captain America already.
You say that she's a trivial character, and what I don't understand is why you're being so generous.
I thought you were going to come get your Bree shields up.
No, we're not talking about Bree. We're talking about Captain Marvel and her pointlessness.
Yeah, she's okay. Like, I don't know if you've read the World. That's a hard word to say. World War Hulk miniseries. But
did you just ask me if I read something?
I did. But yeah, World War Hulk is dealing with after Planet Hulk, which essentially the Illuminati of Marvel with like Stark, Reed Richards, I think Xavier, maybe Norman Osborn, I'm not sure. They tricked Hulk to go to like the space station or some shit, fight something. It's actually to like rocket his ass through a black hole or something to get him out of the picture. And he ends up going to I think Scar is the planet, and then like he has a whole Planet Hulk series, and then the ship actually was like a bomb that didn't work right or something. So he comes back to Earth to exact revenge on the Illuminati, and a character that they're like trying to get up to, like, hey, come on, like we need you. He's essentially like a Marvel Superman, the Sentry, but he's kind of got like a Green Lantern parallax complex. Like his power comes with like this like opposite that can make him crazy or whatever. And so he's like, he doesn't want to fight just because, yeah. And so like Captain Marvel could have been that, but there's no build up. And this whole initiative to push this woman crap was stupid because you had different power levels of woman characters established in Marvel to do a solo film. You had Black Widow, of course, is first off with like her legacy in the series. You had Gamora, who's a bit more, she's kind of in the Black Widow category, but she's like a space character, so you could pull the whole sci-fi crap, and she's super powered and swords and all that, and she's like an assassin. So she's elevated. You got Valkyrie's established in Thor Ragnarok, which I don't want to see, but she's established. You got Scarlet Witch. It's been building up before WandaVision. Especially see she goes toe to toe with Thanos and almost kills him. So there was no need for Captain Marvel to be thrown into this shit. And it's kind of funny that this is falling on their face where it's like, all right, let's stack the deck with Marvels to fill the void of what Brie Larson can't carry on her own without the necessity of watching her film. So that's funny to me. But yeah, she's pretty useless character. Like she's so overpowered. There's no charisma. There's no charisma. Like Superman. What's cool about Superman as a character? I don't like the character overall, but
they gave her some charisma when she filmed her scenes for a movie that comes after her own movie.
I agree.
She had some charisma when she said, "What's up, Peter Parker?"
Yeah, no, like if that was the direction, like that little wit and spunk, I'd be like, oh, I want to see more Captain Marvel. Like there's something here, but no. They went with like this whole feminist diatribe shit with Captain Marvel, which is supposed to be a feminist hero, but then she's like assaulting a guy because he like hit on her crudely. Did the whole Terminator scene, and there's no payoff of like, oh, I shouldn't have fucked with that guy because he's a super Skrull or something. Later on, it was just, oh, that's just a guy. He's just a guy. on a bike, and I'm gonna steal his shit, and there's nothing like coming back to haunt her. Like Spider-Man is a great example. He is like, not my problem, and then Uncle Ben gets killed because inadvertently his actions. If he would have just stopped the guy, maybe that guy wouldn't have shot Uncle Ben, or ends up being Sandman. But that whole scenario maybe wouldn't have played out the way it did. And so Parker learns that right from the start when he catches the guy. Captain Marvel doesn't do that, and then the extended scene, the deleted scene, makes it worse. So yeah, just awful character, no charisma. Russo's, say what you will about Endgame and how they made that story work or didn't work for you, but they know how to get the best out of an actor in a scenario or a character and how they play into this roster. And so yeah, it's really disappointing seeing Endgame. Like, fuck, like Captain Marvel could have been a good movie. Even in that movie, there's some things I like with the spaceships. I'm like, there's some potential that they just don't know what to do with.
Well, I mean, I have an easy way to rate Captain Marvel. It's the only MCU movie that I've only seen one time.
Yeah, I can agree with that. It's definitely one of the worst. For me, the worst is Incredible Hulk.
Okay. I thought you were going to be one of those people that's like, it's the Dark World.
No,
I'm gonna say like
Dark
Ant-Man
World's
and,
like
Ant-Man and the Wasp. Ant-Man and the Wasp. I'd
Yeah,
say is
yeah.
One of the most forgettable films.
Ant-Man and the Wasp. Both the Spider-Man movies, minus Michael Keaton's scenes. If you could.
I extremely disagree with you there.
You
but,
can't do
all right.
You can't be like, well, the Michael Keaton scenes are great, but the movie is shit. Nah, man.
Yeah, no, that's how I feel. I'm like, if I'm doing a rewatch of the MCU, I'm just like,
Yeah, but it's got Michael Keaton and
that's the one
Stark.
appeal. But I hate the world they built.
It's got Tony Stark in it.
I don't care.
He's only there for 7 minutes. I don't care.
They did Spider-Man good as like, hey, he's just a New York guy, so let's just spritz him in with this like event with Civil War. But like when the way they built him in New York and his roster of his characters is just like, no, gender or race swap in like every fucking character for diversity checks. Especially Eddie Brock is like some Guatemalan frumpy kid. It's like, oh, that's your bully? Come on. And then they brought Gank from the comics from Miles Morales and retooled him as Ned. It's just awful. So both those movies are crap. And then maybe I'd put Captain Marvel right after that. And Thor Dark World, I like all the like Lord of the Rings, Shakespearean space shit. But then when they go to the people, that's when it's like, man, this is awful, So it's like a tale of two worlds with that movie. But I enjoyed Dark World overall, and leading into like Guardians and stuff. That's cool stuff. Yeah, Ant-Man 1. Janie's in here. Ant-Man 1. I just rewatched it like a month ago, and I'm like, holy shit! Like it peaked, in my head. I'm like, I didn't realize this is a single dad movie. Like, you don't get all of those.
Are you kidding me? How did you miss that?
Well, when I saw it, I was in Fort Drum. Like, I was just in a different point in life. So when I watched that movie recently, I'm like, oh, like I really appreciate that angle of like, man, I'm trying my ass. I'm like, I can't even keep a job at Baskin Robbins. Can't even keep a job at Baskin Robbins. Because of his record and stuff. He's trying to be a good guy and stuff like that. It stuck out more the second time I watched it.
See, I have to rewatch Ant-Man 1. I don't remember
when I watched it
originally.
When I originally watched Ant-Man, it was like, oh, this will just fill my time, and it's in the Marvel world. It was, I kind of watched it nonchalantly. I'm just like, all right, let me see what matters for the series. But Ant-Man Wasp, awful.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'd put that below
that. But on the first one, I did the same thing that you did, Angus. I was like, oh, it's just another one. They're adding another character. I'm not going to care about this character at all. And, they'll make, a few $100 million off this movie, whatever. And I, went to see the movie, and then I was like, Fucking A, man, that was great.
Tony gets killed, or Aunt Tony.
Oh, dude, yeah, they made you
ant.
care about a stupid ant. It's like his aunt is dead. Like, play that for a pregnant woman. See her bawl her fucking eyes out about an ant. Like, I could definitely see they made that work. Of trivial. Oh, his aunt he rides. What he'll just get another one. But like, no, he lost Anthony.
That was his aunt.
The ant. The only ant that mattered. He's gone now.
Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah, what's funny, I haven't even seen Captain Marvel, but I'd probably put Ant-Man and the Wasp below that. But I'd probably put Ant-Man and the Wasp below that.
Definitely.
I don't know. I feel like
guy.
I feel like I'd remember Captain Marvel more than Ant-Man and the Wasp.
No, like the trend. What's trendy is like Thor: The Dark World is like the worst because the ratings on Rotten Tomatoes, and then Iron Man 2. Everyone craps on Iron Man 2. And it's like
I love Iron Man 2.
Iron Man 2 is so fun.
You need to. Okay, I don't know about anybody in the chat or the two of you two, but if you go back and watch Iron Man 2 now, that his story is completely over, there are so many things that I assume at the time didn't have a hidden meaning, but that's how you craft your story the right way. And if you think that, oh, I watched it years ago and it was terrible, go back and watch it now, because I think you'll have a much higher appreciation for the film.
See, I don't know how it would be in the terrible category. It was there's a lot going on there, and I mean, like if people didn't like his behavior throughout some of it, it's like
I'll tell you why people put it in the terrible category, because they go, "Oh my god, the second movie exactly in a row where he's just fighting himself again."
I'd be like that. You could do that with almost any film. Just distill it down to its simplest terms. Well, no. When I'm
just
saying
about every superhero.
Well, like, no, you can distill any movie to its simplest terms. Like Lord of the Rings, they have to destroy a ring. Like when you take out, all the important stuff in it. Like I don't know, you can make anything sound kind of dumb. Like Star Wars, they gotta destroy the big space circle thing, and it's like, okay, like if you put it that way, but
a farmer rescues a princess and blows up a battle station.
You made that sound interesting.
Right?
I was trying to make it sound stupid.
Is it supposed to sound stupid? Because I'd watch that.
No, that's like the way you phrased it was more interesting. A farmer manages to
in
save
my
a
head, I'm
princess.
thinking of like medieval or like Great Depression farm boy. And then space station.
But you see, you failed, Angus, because
and
you
the
made
princess.
No, but you failed because you made that sound more interesting. Other than like when they say, "Oh, Iron Man just fought himself," in a film where he's pretty much dying. He's got stuff going on with his father.
He creates
stuff.
a new element through a epiphany that is discovered in a film that had been lost for what, 20, 30 years?
I'd say there's, even if people wanted to say that part's bad, that's fine if they want to. But I don't know. You want to knock it off a few points for that? Sure.
Yeah.
But
Curtis says weakest for me, IDK, because he evaded things he didn't think he'd like Black Panther. I forgot about Black Panther. I would watch Captain Marvel before I watch Black Panther again. That tells you anything about like what you know or what you've seen in Captain Marvel. I'd rather watch that than Black Panther.
I think I'd have more.
I feel if all of these movies are in the same universe, and you're holding Black Panther to this ridiculously high standard because they didn't do anything about the Nazis, why aren't you holding everybody else to the same high standard for not doing anything with all of this Hydra bullshit?
I'm not quite understanding what you're getting at.
Was it last week or the week before or 2 weeks ago? I don't fucking remember. When we were talking about Black Panther and you were talking about the history that goes into their story, and that's a prime reason why you dislike the film.
That's one of many, but yeah, like because they made history so pertinent with like Oakland or LA or wherever, like the race riots and shit in the 90s. And then Civil War, where the like final straw and counts back with like putting the Avengers in check is not Sokovia, with like turning a city into a meteor, but like 13 Wakandans on a mission in a impoverished country got blown up as collateral damage, saving more people. That's what's going to get us to sign these accords. That kind of shit, and like, you know, the whole context of history, when it's like they just gloss over it, where it's like, yeah, like we did so great and we kept ourselves hidden in the world and we prospered, but like our whole continent of blacks got enslaved or dealt with tribal wars and shit, and then the world wars, and everything else, the genocides in closer areas in Africa than where they were doing the mission in Lagos. When they gloss over that or ignore it, that's one of the problems, along with like just the subtext of the whole movie. It's like a BLM diatribe of like, be better, America sucks. Like, it's supposed to be an African character, but they're really aiming it to Americans and trying to, like, you know, extrapolate and be like, just because it works doesn't mean it can't be better. Like, America's okay, but let's make it better. That's the subtext, you know.
Be more like Wakanda and hide from everyone, and yeah, you know, be like Wakanda.
Like all of that comes into play.
Riots take place
the late 80s, 90s, like Don King.
Late 80s, 90s. Okay, and then Captain Marvel happened in 94,
95, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to assume that all of the people that weren't doing anything appropriate, they're just Skrulls. Right?
Well, Iron Man comes in 08. Hulk comes in after that. Thor is in space. So as far as you know, only Loki or maybe Odin's looking at Earth at that time.
Well, and they do. I'd say with the other films, they make it kind of clear what the characters are doing as to why they're not interfering. And
yeah, as you went to Asgard, Odin can just look around because I know one person in Asgard that can literally look at anybody.
Well, I'm just referring to
the fucking black guy there who's checking out Oakland and going, I don't care about these people.
Yeah, I guess I was just referring to, like, the Hulk wants to be isolated away from people on the run. Thor's trying to, you know, bring back balance or whatever to his little realms over there. I thought you were talking about, like, why weren't they doing stuff when they were around or something? Is that what you were going at before with, like, Wakanda history?
Captain Marvel's in space.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're in space, but they're out there frickin' colonizing space, and they're having a frickin' war out in space over God knows what. Why aren't they having that?
I'm sorry. I think I fully lost whatever point we were trying to get at. I don't know what.
I rate Black Panther lower than Captain Marvel.
Yes.
That was kind of the crux of this. Was I rank it lower, and when I'm talking about like the crappy MCU movies, in my opinion, I'm like, yeah, Black Panther is really low, lower than Captain Marvel.
Well, but you see, I don't know. I'd put them on a similar level because they ignore their own continuity in the films, like calling Shield when it wasn't that at the time. It was the strategic, you know, Homeland, whatever thing, and in Iron Man, it was something different.
I just read Janie's comment. Sorry, she says Heimdall was a prisoner of war in the myths, practically a slave, and they made him black.
Holy shit! Ooh. I did not know that.
Oh my fuck. I didn't know that shit either. Oh my god.
That makes it better.
That makes it funnier watching.
We need more black Asgardians.
You see Loki. He's like, you disobey my orders, slave, and then he freezes him. Like, dude, that's funny. I kind of want to watch Thor now just to see the Heimdall parts and picture it in terms of he's a slave now. Because
12 years of
wow.
Heimdall.
Never thought of him as that until she just pointed that out. That's kind of funny with this. But oh man.
Roots 2, starring Heimdall.
Yep, his life as a slave on Asgard. There we go.
Tom Show is hot in Asgard.
I wonder if they'll touch on that in the Loki series. How many slaves did Loki own? You know.
Being
That just makes it funny now. I'm never going to forget.
Thank you, Janie.
Thank you very much, Janie. Holy fuck.
Yeah. Okay, you guys know what? I haven't watched the Marvel films in quite a while. Like, I haven't watched any
got the Disney access.
Since Infinity, I think Endgame was the last one I actually watched entirely, and the rest I haven't seen twice. Like, when they were in theaters, that was pretty much it for most of them, except for like Iron Man and the Avengers. A couple of them I've probably seen more than once. But it's like, so I'll go back one of these days and try to watch them again and see what's up, because I don't know, it all seems to kind of change after a while with some perspective with some stuff. So
yeah, dude,
we'll
Iron Man 3,
better or worse.
Me and
Ricky,
Ricky,
it's like, okay, hold on. So like Iron Man 3, I like it, but I can still see some reasons as to why it annoys the shit out of people with it. But there's some gems in there that I think a lot of people ignore too with it. I don't know. I don't know if you'll talk about the positives in it.
Iron Man 3 is the greatest Christmas movie of all time.
Was it a Christmas movie? See, I know it doesn't resonate.
Christmas movie.
There's snow, so it's a Christmas movie. Okay.
No, it literally happens around Christmas, and it is brought up in almost every scene.
I don't remember. Okay, I don't remember.
See, that's a detail. Like, okay, when I watch Die Hard, I don't think Christmas, even though everyone's like, yeah, it's a Christmas movie. That's the whole, whatever. I don't see it as a Christmas movie. I'm not trying to be a naysayer. I don't watch it and think, wow, like this is in my Christmas catalog with like Rudolph and Christmas Story. Like, I don't think, I gotta watch Die Hard because Christmas. Same with Iron Man 3, even worse though. It doesn't register at all as a Christmas movie.
It registers as a Christmas movie.
You see, Die Hard makes sense because Christmas has to do with the plot. Like, that's the reason why the villains are doing whatever around that time. It's the reason why there's a party at that time. The reason why he's in town at that time.
Because you could have had the party at any time of year for any freaking holiday. They just decided to pick one.
Well, but if you're
reason.
But that's not a reason either to say because it could be anything else. That's not a reason for why it isn't, because it could have been anything. That's not a reason either.
Rudolph could have needed to lead
Rudolph
Santa's
could have been a
sled
squirrel
during September. It could have been a Labor Day movie.
Black Panther could have been white. I don't know. It doesn't.
Elon Musk is Black Panther
because they picked it. I don't know.
Elon Musk is an African American.
I know, it's crazy.
Bill Gates has a harem of women. Even though he's a rich beta. He's a rich beta, but yeah.
Yeah, Jane says her favorite is Captain America Winter Soldier. I don't put it as my favorite, but I definitely appreciate, like, it really changed the game with MCU. With like they kind of found their stride. It's like, hey, let's like try to do something bigger than just the comic, going with these kind of tropes. It did something different, a thriller.
Well, now I have a question. What is your favorite?
Mine?
Yeah.
I'd say PB. I'd say PB. You go first.
Oh, well, mine's easy. It's Infinity War. It's the only movie. It's the only one in the entire saga that is based around the villain.
True.
Okay, so like, what was it? Where's the comment? Jenny says, I'm torn because Black Panther has the better villain. Captain Marvel's more sophisticated story. Yeah, like that's one thing I do like. It's like I don't like Michael B. Jordan necessarily, but he did a good portrayal as Killmonger, and he is a sympathetic villain. He's still a villain though. He's engaging. He's engaging because like you understand his perspective. But he's still a villain because he's so flawed and like he's not really thinking out like the end game of like doing this stuff. So like I do appreciate Killmonger. Like I agree with a lot of the criticism, like the critique of like, oh, he's one of the top villains in the MCU. Like he's definitely engaging. You understand him. But yeah, for me, Infinity War is perfect. I love it. I love how they really adapted the Thanos quest 2-issue arc, especially with not having Silver Surfer, like how they made that work and everything. It's so good.
Yeah.
If only they had the time to actually like include all the characters they're supposed to, like the Collector and stuff. Like not how they did it with like the illusion, all that, but like actually like the twist and the way Thanos, he'll like find like the strongest guy who's got the power gem, and he essentially like he's always tricking people into like losing the gems. He never really has to like strive like might to get them. He just uses their strengths to his advantage, which is cool. You don't see that a lot in storytelling.
Aha. So Curtis says both Cap 1 and 2 are the best of the MCU, which is a bold statement considering I couldn't picture 2 movies, especially centered around one character, that could be any more different.
Yeah, that's interesting because Captain America is all like, "Gee, Willikers, America," and then like the second one is like, with Shield, it's kind of like we can't trust the government.
Well,
Globalist scum are taking over.
I do kind of like that.
In Avengers, he's like, these motherfuckers been lying to me.
I loved how shocked he was. Yeah, he was like, "Oh no, they aren't being honest." What?
He's like the Pikachu meme. Like, what?
But I do give him credit.
Stoney
Captain
has a
America
great comment.
has the hottest chick in the MCU.
Stoney has a great comment. He says, despite being only 13% of the Avengers, T'Challa commits 53% of the war crimes.
Oh, fuck.
That was good.
Oh, man. Now, that is a quality comment right there.
Yep.
Oh, I love Stoney's comedy.
Mm-hmm. Pretty good.
But yeah, no, Captain America is one of those, like, he definitely, on surface level, you can see him as like Superman, where it's just like truth, justice, the American way, and he's kind of just flat. And he is that way in the comics, like New Avengers era, House of M, that era.
Did you just
of Marvel.
use a DC line to describe a Marvel character?
Yeah, no, he's definitely the sentiment of Captain America and like the image. He's kind of the Boy Scout, that's the cookie cutter way you can look at him. But he's got some depth to him and everything, and he's not overpowered. So there's a lot of intrigue with what you can do with his character. But he's a him and Reed Richards are kind of, I think, they have their ideals they're confined in. That puts them. I think the best stories of those kind of characters is when they're having to deal with a counter hero for a problem. Like House of M is like, hey, do we kill Wanda because like Xavier, Doctor Strange, no one can get through to her and she's a threat. Even Magneto's like kind of accepting, like, yeah, you need to kill my daughter. And Chimera's like, no, we save everyone. So there's already turmoil within the group. So I like
in
that.
the comic book, Magneto is the parent of both of them.
Of Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, yeah.
Okay. That was the real problem I had with that show. I was like, they didn't recast shit. Or I should say, it's not the other one, it's not him, because they don't have the same parents. Like when they brought in the new Quicksilver, I was like, okay, his dad was Magneto. But the Quicksilver from the MCU, his dad is not Magneto. So we got a problem here.
But they implied that their parents died or something from Stark weapons or something.
So I'm sure that there's going to be, when they go to fix it or whatever and integrate the characters, they'll be like, yeah, we're adopted.
Oh,
or
yeah,
they'll be like, actually, the dad survived the rubble that they
I don't care
confirmed
about
he's
the
dead.
dad surviving. That's irrelevant to me. The point is,
no, I would like that.
Magneto.
No, I would actually like that if, like, instead of going through the whole, how do we in like 2021 make Auschwitz survivor Eric whatever Magneto, how do we bring him in? How do we, you know, right away that problem of like age and difference, whatever? Is he just aging slow or whatever? You know, complicating the storytelling. About we just make some attack. You thought he was dead, but he actually like mutated.
I'd say that's, I don't know. They'd have to write that well, and I don't think. I think you got to put a little more effort into it. Like if they tell you
they could write it, but it'd be one of those
for 30 seconds.
What?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I said we're halfway there, and we've only been talking about it for 30 seconds.
Oh, I thought you said butt in for 3 seconds. I was gonna say I think they could definitely write it well to retool Magneto's origin, or whatever, to fit with what they've already done in the MCU, and not be like, oh, actually,
Yeah, it's all I'm saying is that I don't want them to say, well, what we said was true before isn't true now. It's something else now. Like that bugs me when they're like, oh, these people were dead, but they're really not dead. Like they can do it a few times, and it's, okay, maybe it's all right, but you do that too much, and then I don't trust anything you say anymore because your word means nothing essentially at some point.
Well, yeah. I mean, I agree with you mostly there, but then it comes down to what did the character know, in the sense of if we see the person die, then we know that they're dead. But if we're just relying on somebody's story and they're like, yeah, the bomb hit the house and then I never saw my parents again, they're dead. Well, how am I supposed to not believe you? And then when one of your parents shows up later, go, well, son of a bitch, I guess you were wrong.
Well, because I don't know, to me, that just sounds, especially if they're in the same building or something, and it's like, oh, I just went away, and then they survive. I would imagine, I don't know how that would work if a building collapsed and you're a survivor of it and you're a kid, and
we're
they find out
about Russian paperwork here.
I'm just saying, I don't know. It sounds weak.
Well,
it's
I
all
think
I'm saying.
A silly thing they could do is be like, oh, well, her adopted parents were actually Skrulls. Or more than
Skrulls!
I guess
more than likely they'll do multiverse. And
you know
like,
what? I guess
here's your parents from a different reality, and now they're in ours.
Shit.
I guess my interest in the MCU is as much as Star Wars. I just don't care enough to really
what
get
do
into
you
the
care
story.
About?
Well, I don't care about these stories right now. Not anymore. They're done. Like I don't. They're just going to pile more shit into it. I don't know. My point is I'm done caring with it. So talking. I don't know. I don't know what else to contribute with this anymore. With the conversation here. I don't know.
The story is never over. It just continues on. That's the beauty of the MCU.
Was that a beauty thing? Is that a beautiful thing? I don't know.
It is. I mean, until they've literally run out of all of the villains, that's when the story would be over, and I'd be like, okay, I don't have to watch anymore.
You got King the Conqueror coming into what is that?
Oh boy, a time travel-y guy. He's gonna come in, and I'm gonna conquer. Oh no, the universe is at stake again, or something. And I don't know.
Yeah, I was reading a story actually with him intertwined with. I think he's intertwined with like Apocalypse and Adam Warlock, who are Surfer, so Galactus. So you can tie him in with some cool storytelling, especially with Fantastic Four and X-Men coming in.
I don't know, man. I would have thought that like the Falcon and Winter Soldier would have like brought the stakes down a bit, but they kind of didn't either, right? Like it's like, oh no, the whole state of the world is at risk in a way with whatever these super people actions are. Can you just make can they make a gun threatening again? Like just a simple something that isn't it's so gigantic stakes, but
just a stripped down kind of Punisher, Daredevil level story.
Something. I guess that's the best example that we can use here because, yeah, it's just like every time they go the whole world or this whole thing is I'm like, I don't know, that's getting more. This happens really often now. It's like,
well, hold on. I feel like you're projecting a little bit. It doesn't happen in every character movie. It happens in the crossover movies, which yeah, they became a little more frequent
no, I
towards the end.
disagree. Guardians of the Galaxy, that's a single-driven movie. The whole universe is at stake there, apparently. There's a lot of them where Ronan was going to get the Power Stone and stuff and be a threat to Thanos and everything. Yeah, that you could say that's a universal threat again.
Okay, well, that's your interpretation then.
Ego, Guardians 2, Ego like trying to control the universe or whatever.
Yeah, he starts kicking off his plants.
Thing.
He's using Peter as a battery to kick off his plants to grow or whatever and take over. So that's an intergalactic, universal threat.
Captain Marvel, at least Earth as a whole was going to be destroyed. Black Panther, they're going to extremely change the whole world again. Like it's all these world-threatening things. Like even the Incredible Hulk is one that I'd say didn't. It's just like around the Hulk and stuff. Like it was around one character essentially. And it wasn't about the whole world wasn't at stake.
Incredible Hulk, they said, as in the military, if we don't stop the Hulk, we don't know what kind of what did they say, or how he could go around ravaging the entire planet because he's the Incredible Hulk. He can go wherever the hell he wants, whenever the hell he wants, because he's the Incredible Hulk. I mean, you can contextualize all of these things as world-killing events. I mean, you let the Red Skull go, you don't think he's going to take over the entire world?
No, just Minnesota.
No, but I'd say it's the way I'd say. But I guess that's more long-term, though. The way I'm talking about the short-term, immediate. If we don't stop it now, it's done now. And that's more they do that more often lately, because if it's the Hulk is tough to kill, so if we can't kill him, it's tough to kill him. But there's plenty of opportunities, because you can't just destroy the world so easily here. There's a big difference between that and here's our huge armada of spaceships. It's going to blow up the planet or roast all the people on it. The stakes. Right, so all I'm saying is the stake
Guardians
level.
Like the movie is called Guardians of the Galaxy, not Guardians of this very short story that's only going to take place in the state of Minnesota. Like that's not what it's called. They're guarding the entire galaxy.
Are we going to base everything specifically on the title of it?
We're not basing it specifically on
that's what
the
you just
title.
did, though. That's what you just did.
I assume that the scope of the story should fit the place of the characters, because
characters
I don't remember there being any world killer events in either Ant-Man movie.
I don't remember the plot of the movies of those two movies, to be honest.
The first one
I actually don't know what the plot was.
Yellow Jacket wanted to make his own version of the Pym particle so that he could, I don't know, become super rich.
Okay. Then that's one that doesn't have the whole world's at stake. Good.
Except it is, because it's always at stake. If you don't stop them now, you never know what they're going to do in the future.
Enough with this culturally insensitive use of the word steak.
Okay.
I guess it's like
my people.
it's like if Iron Man didn't beat what's his face Obadiah or something, then okay, the government would have some powers and the control could be a little bit different around the world. But that's not like the whole, like everything is gonna die. Everything's gonna be, every atom torn down limb from limb or something. It's not. The stakes were just, it was more of a caring about the character here, about Tony Stark and all that. That's what was at stake there. It wasn't just the whole thing. When it goes to, we have to stop the mega, whatever things, the Ego's got his huge thing and he's got to turn into a Pac-Man thing.
Ego's got his huge thing. It's all over the galaxy.
All I'm saying is that it gets a little tiring in the same series to have the same.
Now that I have what I understand your definition of these world killer or galactic killer size events, not just trying to stop the Red Skull from blowing up a city. I get that.
A better example I could use is like a Death Star in every Star Wars film. Like if the whole threat was we got to prevent the big planet destroying thing from destroying planets.
I mean,
that gets really old.
2 out of 3.
Yeah,
well,
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3 in the original trilogy, and then 2 out of 3 in the sequel trilogy.
and then like we say, Empire is more like the characters are at risk, and that's why we care. Really, it's not like the villains already ruled, and it's just more. Can we make the galaxy a better place? Whatever. We're trying to care about these characters, and it's not if they fail. The galaxy's already technically taken over. It's just there can be somebody that can fight anytime.
Wait, what do you mean by this? Janie, you say, where's Cherry when you need her?
She's talking about Cherry K. She's the one who does all of the hashtag slogans in the streams that I do with Zod.
Yeah, Zod couldn't be here because of internet connection.
Yeah, because he's probably... No, it's probably a fucking lie. And he came up with whatever he thought was the easiest excuse for us to be like, oh, well, I guess we don't have to be upset with him because there's nothing he could do about it. He's a fucking liar, man. He's probably just sitting at home, eating Cheetos, watching TV with a unicorn.
But yeah, Rookie, with your exhaustion of super threats, are you excited at the potential of a Joker sequel finally?
No, mostly because it seemed like a solid enough film that there doesn't need to be a continuation of the story. It's like just
well, okay though, because it's Joker. He's an established Batman villain, so like you haven't even gotten Batman against Joker.
I'd say you don't need it. I'd say you don't need the Batman with that Joker.
But like this is an origin story of a character with the villain not even established.
I don't know if it's considered an origin. It's just called the Joker.
Well, I mean, they literally, recontextualized
Joker.
Killing Joke, which is up to this point the most in-depth origin of the Joker,
which is fucking hilarious.
And it could just be one solid film, and then just call it one. That Joker film was really good, and that was a good film. And if they want to make another one that's somewhat like just not a non-Joker film, but using that type of style, maybe they could do something. But I'd say let's let it be, because this goes into the repetitive thing of like the more you add to it, you could also ruin it. Not every sequel is great, You can.
Every sequel is Empire Strikes Back, Back to the Future 2, The Mighty Ducks D2. There's another good one out there. But there are definitely way more that are The Lion King 2.
Yeah. So you're right, PB. No, I guess if they could do it really well, like if they could make a decent sequel out of it, I guess I wouldn't mind. But I'm comfortable with there not being another one.
I agree. I'm fine with it being a solo film, but like my biggest gripe with Joker isn't really even the movie. It's the fact of everyone jumping on board when it's like this same movie. Like, how many of you fuckers have even watched Taxi Driver? Or if you did, you only watched it because you heard Joker is like Taxi Driver, or it's pulling.
Still didn't watch it because I don't care about Taxi Driver. I care about Joker.
No, I get that, but I'm saying that's a problem. That's a problem with like the superhero craze and stuff, is like this is steering films being made in general, where it's like, oh, well, like before this can make us, this could overall our projections. It's got a solid enough cast or director or direction, the sell, whatever. We can make 10% profit. Like Blade, I don't know, they probably spent $50 million. It made, let's say, $200 million. So after fees and everything to the box office, they probably made like 20-30 million, profit, which isn't like huge. It's not billions where you've made like 500 million back. after the fees to your actors and box office, which is what they're going for now. And with Joker, you have one of these films that like, hey, we'll make 5, 10, 20% profit off this small film if it didn't have the Joker skin. But it was a $50 million movie, an art house film with the skin of a comic character. And I appreciate the subversion of the audience where it's like, hey, let's get them to watch like what they would call a boring ass movie if it didn't have the name of a big Batman character. I appreciate that angle, but at the same time, it like irritates me because no one's putting any like, you know, effort into like, hey, let me find something that's like more under the radar. Let me find like what do I like in film, not just explosions, like, you know, the Michael Bayism of film with blockbusters. Let me find something real that has something to say with its subtext. And so that's what irritates me about Joker, is like the audience. But Joaquin, I think, is a good gatekeeper. He's like, well, you know, if there's a good story, I'll do a sequel. So he seems to be a hard person to get. Like, I think I wanted him for Doctor Strange, but he's like, yeah, I don't want to do like, you know, cliche series. I don't want to be the next Michael Keaton and Burnout. And that's the highlight of my career, really, is that one character. So I think he'll safeguard. If there's a sequel, it's going to be a good story. And I do hope it builds into a Batman story, even if they're like, you know, one story with them colliding and that's it. I think they got a formula.
I stuck my fingers in your mouth, Batman.
What the fuck? Oh, that was a creepy ass scene, but it was great because it was Joker. It would have just been a weird, creepy scene if I wouldn't have known who the character was. It would have been like, who's this Mr. Fleck?
You know, you'd be like, your dad punched me in the face, and now I'm going to punch you in the face, Batman.
Sounds like the Penguin.
Yeah, but no, I feel confident in the Joker sequel. I think, you know, Todd Phillips' untapped potential, especially being burnt out with comedy because he can't joke about anything because of PC police. That's what it's thankful. You know, okay, so like Joker is an instance that you can find hope against the woke culture because the woke culture crushed Todd Phillips. Like if you try to make Hangover 4 or something like that, like his comedy today, cancel. Like, oh, you made a rape joke with Mike Tyson. Oh my God, burn the towns down because of this. But he's like, whatever. Let me try a different genre.
Funny ass joke.
He found a different genre to take out his frustrations with, and so he found a hidden gem because of the woke. I'm not saying, hey, thanks to woke, like let's keep it up. It's in that shit, but I think there's hope that like artists will find a way. But yeah, like with that, I'm excited for Joker sequel if it does materialize, and the Batman. The Batman feels exactly what you're wanting, Rookie. Something stripped down and like bare bones. It's not like huge threat. It's just Gotham. It's just like a city, you know, and the character in it trying to like keep it clean.
Yeah,
no,
I mean, I
we
guess
don't know if it's a huge threat yet.
Well, I mean, look at Dark Knight. Or Dark Knight Rises. That's like the biggest threat you've seen on film for Batman, besides like maybe Mr. Freeze and Batman.
And at most, the risk was just one city, essentially, I guess.
Yeah,
still kind of big, but it's not. It's just that one city, essentially. It's not. You know, if we don't stop this, then humans can't exist anymore, or some shit. It's like, no.
Wait a second. I feel like you've forgotten the greatest Batman of all time and all of the threats that he faced. Like, what about the Batfleck and all of his universe-ending threats?
What universe-ending threats did he face? I don't.
Superman.
Superman and Steppenwolf.
Is it pronounced Steppenwolf or just
Steppenwolf?
Steph.
No,
Steppenwolf.
It's like the band
No.
Steppenwolf.
That sounds even worse than I thought. Yeah. All right. Just cool.
Like, he's definitely had to face stuff that is going to take down more than just a city. And what does he do? He gets on a big-ass gun.
Yep.
Yeah,
like Batman does.
Yeah, no, that was a problem with Snyder versus Batman. Was like the first iteration in BVS was like, okay, like yeah, he's aware of bigger things outside of his city, outside of his normal purview, but he still felt grounded enough. Like, you get the context of like, oh, he brands fuckers and this gets them killed in prison, like in his town or the state, whatever, from not executing, but delivering justice to the justice system. But then you get in Justice League and it's, oh, I got a fucking Frank Miller bat tank, and not like Chris Nolan's bat tank where it's like, okay, like he owns this company that's working on the military, but like he's got a giant ridiculous tank from the comics. No, yeah, the Tumblers and the Dark Knight trilogy, but yeah, Batfleck's tank in Justice League was like, what? How are you going to be patrolling New York with that? Like tight, cramped, traffic bound streets and stuff. Like you're going to run over Pakistani taxi drivers and shit to like catch Two-Face? Come on. I don't buy it.
He stole $50,000, Angus. He's got to stop.
Let's cause $5 million in property damage for this, federally insured theft.
You see, that's something I do find kind of funny, though. It's like with some of these ones, it's like, oh, the villain pretty much like stole some money from the bank, and then there's like a hero trying to stop him, and there's all this destruction and mayhem, and it's like, this is all over. I think we're costing a lot more than however much they stole. I mean, at the end of the day.
Wait, who's the space secretary?
I don't know.
The space secretary.
Talking about
the
like
Snyder cut. Oh, the Desaad? Was that his name?
Oh, yes, the space secretary.
that was talking for Darkseid.
Yeah, he's like, I gotta bow to the space secretary.
You still know it's 50,000 planets. Which honestly would sound easy because he didn't say they had to be habitable planets. He just here's a shit ton of gas giants and all these things.
Like,
and
here's Pluto for you, my Lord Darkseid. Like,
Pluto's not a planet, idiot. Pluto's not a planet, you idiot. Didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson? Did you see his
Here's
video?
2 Plutos, 1 planet.
I give him all these asteroids. These can be a planet technically if you want them
Darkseid gets Pluto, like, all right, your debt is now 49,999 planets.
Hey, hold on. Do you have the receipts on those last ones? I don't see these numbers. They're not adding up.
Oh, we had those before you got there. So,
how do you qualify taking over a planet? How do you count taking over a planet? Like kill everything on it, but if there's not, then like you have to walk everywhere. Like what? What does that mean to conquer a planet in that case?
You plant your boom tube.
What? Yeah,
the boom tube's how they travel.
Yeah.
But that's also how
you plant your fucking flag, and then you're like, yeah, this is our planet. Don't move my flag.
Because that would seem easy then. It's like, here, okay, I planted our flag. Now, next one. Okay. But then in the gas giant...
They really don't give you any answers to what anything means when it comes to anything in those
It's pretty much doing like Thanos in Infinity War, but like no detail.
But it's stupider is all it sounds like. Because there's no detail. At least with Thanos' ones, you don't get the impression they're going to uninhabited worlds going, yeah, we conquered this world. Look at how cool we are. It's like, no.
No, because there was no point to go to uninhabited worlds for what his purposes were, because you understood what his plan was.
Yeah,
whereas this plan, he's like, hey, I need 50,000 worlds. And you're like, okay, let me just go pull those out of my back pocket here real quick.
I'd really be like, so how do you keep track of that? And if you keep track of that, it's like, if he didn't have his checkbook, I can see why he lost Earth, because if he has all these 50,000 worlds, he might have lost that one. He's like, oh shit, I didn't. Like, okay, we can help you find Earth. But did you write it down?
I wasn't keeping receipts for a week. Shit.
I forgot. I didn't remember. It's like with a failing business, he didn't do his numbers. He's like, fuck, I owed some more over here, and the balances aren't enough. I had payables to this planet. And I got that axe in my arm at that one. Where the fuck is that one at? Then the boonies over there. No shit. That's not the right one.
You remember
where is it?
Planet? No.
It's the only planet where you got defeated. It's the only planet where you got defeated by an Earth God thing, and you found the anti all of life equation thing, and you suddenly forgot. You suddenly forgot. What is wrong with you? Don't you have pilots that flew the ships away when you lost? They all died. What? From what? They had cancer. I don't know. I'm not going to ask them about these questions.
Cancer.
I'm not going to ask these questions. Yeah, they caught the evil human disease of humanity or something.
They got a touch of corona before they kicked off.
Yeah. Stoney asks, hey, do you know comics, right? Is there a series where Batman uses his money to make an army of Batman to patrol the city? If not, you should do it. I don't know if there's something exactly like that. Batman White Knight by Sean Gordon Murphy is a recent series. I think it's 12 issues, maybe 12 or 8. So it's a mini series. And then there's a follow-up, Curse of the White Knight. So I'm waiting for the part 3 if he does a third one. I'm trying to think some key points that go along with this line of thought. He's got, the Bat family. So he's got Robin, I think Nightwing, Batgirl, and of course Gordon he works with.
I'm sorry, hold on. Why is it all Bat themed for the rest of them? I get why it's Bat themed for him, but like, why is it Bat themed for them?
Because they're under his bat wing.
I don't know. It just seems odd at that point. Like, it needs to be.
It's a theme, man. Stay on theme.
No. You see, no. It would be funny to have like one of them ask, like, so you gave like all 5 of us Bat themed costumes and powers or like names or whatever, and it's like, but why? Like, we get you. That's your thing.
Rookie. They're gonna make a new, just to please you. They're gonna make a new kid character sidekick. It'll be Possum Kid.
like Robin might have wanted to be the coon, like Cartman, his hero, the raccoon. I don't know.
It's a black kid that voted for Trump when he turned 18.
Thank you for saying it, so I didn't have to.
Yeah,
you're the colorful one, not me. But Janie Davis gave us the answer as to what a conquered planet is. She said, it's conquered when every living person is a fear demon, and it's been terraformed.
Yeah.
But you can't... Oh my god, that's such... I hate Snyderverse. They don't know. They don't understand planets or galaxies, even though it's a fake.
Doesn't understand the characters, which in turn makes him not understand his own fucking story.
It's funny. It's funny, Rookie's frustration. I understand. Like, you think he's worried about the comics continuity or anything? Like, no, Rookie's just stuck on the planet because, like, I was telling, like, hey, watch Raised by Wolves on HBO, and I was explaining, like, yeah, like the idea is like they're in Kepler something, or maybe
the Kepler system.
Kepler came up, and
That's
Rookie's
fine.
like all nerding out about fucking Kepler system and shit, and all of his space.
Because they actually used like a real system that was discovered and named, and it's like, wow, they actually kind of are doing something based on something rather than like, oh, random, like with Man of Steel, don't they point? This is why it's something I'd gripe about, because it's kind of important to the whole story. They're like, oh, Krypton is dying, but we've like traveled to thousands of worlds and either terraformed or live on there, have outposts, whatever. And then they stick them into some dimension hole, the prisoners or whatever, and then they all come out and they're like, oh, all the other places that we all conquered or have outposts are all gone because of Krypton. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense in any way, shape, or form. If you, how does that happen? It's not like they're all the moon, where you ran out of your base resources and now you can't do anything. Those were ones where they lived on.
It was Kryptonian supremacy is what was the downfall.
Well, no. And then when they get to Earth and they start to get superpowers, it's like, no, we need to make it like Krypton, where we're not super powerful. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, I agree.
while you were fighting Superman, you were gaining powers. Are you retarded? Like, you should be like, you know what? My terraform plan's stupid. Why would I do that? So my gripes have nothing to do with the comics.
Well, that's why he's a villain, though.
The planet stuff makes no fucking sense. You can't.
Well, that is the general gist of a villain, is that however relatable his goal is, it's flawed and won't work, or it's like to the detriment to himself.
No,
even
you have to prove that your villain is somewhat smart. You can't like that they really believe it in a smart way. Then people go, "Oh, he's a warrior who needs to fight." There's plenty of things a warrior can do to fight without being retarded. Like, honestly, he could have been like the ruler of Earth in like a general way. Like, as just a common dude, as a humanoid, he can use his knowledge to manipulate them. He's like, "No, I'm gonna punch you in the face," duh. Like a fucking idiot. I love it when Rookie gets mad.
Well, it's funny because you're usually like, I don't care, whatever.
It depends how you
I
touch
didn't watch
me.
it. I don't know anything about it.
That's right.
If you feel the right
watch
spot,
Game of Thrones finally.
If you feel the right spot, then you'll get me a little angry.
Yeah, no, that's what's fun. Is like I never know when Rookie's gonna get fucking triggered and on point with something like, I'm gonna tell you how it is.
Let me break it down for you, okay? You can't just say you got your fucking aliens from another world and that your planet is dying and your retards have spaceships and you oh fucking A. And then they leave the things you can send one ship out. There's just the one. But then you also can send people into the whole dimension thing, which is also retarded. I don't understand how they have that in there, even though I know it's a fantasy thing. But then they get out of it somehow later, and then they fucking go to their outposts. Oh, they're all dead. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense. And then you go to Earth, and then you still... okay, EFAP, Mahler and them have pointed out this kind of a thing that was funny, where his dad or whatever, the Gerard Butler... guy is like, I wanted you to make your own destiny, but then he also later goes, I want you to specifically be the bridge. I want you to specifically be the link between humanity and Krypton. And so he says, oh, freedom of all this shit. And then he says, oh no, I actually want you to be this. And then his other dad is like, oh, I want you to pick what you want to be, but I'm also not going to let you do that because I'm going to force you to do these things like not save me. Like they contradict themselves entirely, and that's also retarded. Nothing to do with the comics. That's just retarded. That's all I say.
Said the 12-year-old.
Thank you. Well, I'm one smart-ass 12-year-old. Thank you.
Hey, man, I'm not the one who said it. That was Janie.
Proper S. While we're at it, ask Rookie why he thinks The Room is the greatest movie ever made.
Actually, yeah, I watched it with Justin. It was fine, but...
It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
We got Rebecca in the chat thing. Hello, beefies.
Hello, Rebecca.
What's up, beefite?
But yeah, while we're talking about DCU, crazy things going on. On top of Captain Marvel getting sidelined in her own sequel with diversity, inclusion characters, we got that going on in DC as well. They're apparently trying to recontextualize. At least I've seen it in discussion. They're trying to recontextualize Kal-El as Black Superman. They're just going to reboot, make Superman black, and tokenize him.
Oh, so they're going to paint Cavill. Is they going to soak him in tar? Or what are they doing?
They're
trying to
giving him the reverse Michael Jackson.
They're going to get the best space surgeons that can give him skin replacement surgery. And
no, they're just going to cover him with the improper Band-Aids.
Oh, yeah. Make the flesh tone match. I see.
No, make it not match so he's darker.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you cover it in that, then it'll,
Right, then he'll be safe. He'll be all bulked up, too, from the Band-Aids.
Yeah.
Pro's like, that's it? I love when people are like in like a film cult about like a movie, like what? Like I'm like, yeah, Evil Dead. Never watching that shit again.
I'm definitely not watching. What's the new stupid one that he's making?
Doctor Strange 2?
No, the stupid fucking one that Snyder's coming out with, Army of the Dead.
Oh yeah, I don't like zombie shit. Like the one zombie movie I like that I can think of, everyone hates. It Comes at Night because it's not a blockbuster. Like threat, pow pow pow. It's very slow burn. It's kind of like Shining, that kind of horror. It's very like mental. Or it's the horror is really your own internal dread, not the actual threat and what it makes you do. And that's the kind of shit that like makes me think. Like that stuff's what's actually scary because it's like real world application. That or like paranormal, if it's done right, like Insidious or something. Yeah, zombies is just like, I mean, they never get into like Contagion kind of shit. Like Walking Dead, the whole thing was like, yeah, we're never going to tell you how they fixed this or where it came from. It's just there, and it's like you're like purposely putting a wall up to ignore instead of like being creative and explaining it concisely.
So, how do you feel about World War Z?
Never watched it. I've seen parts. It was on like FX where they do like during commercial breaks to do like behind the scenes shit. So I've seen parts. Like I appreciate the makeup work and like some of like the actual like zombie acting, but I just overall like zombie movies are stupid. It's just
they are.
It's onslaught. Oh, who's an expendable character? Let's give you like one or two. Oh no, that character that I kind of cared about, but the main ones they're still fine, unless they really want to subvert your expectations. Like, oh, they killed a main, but it's
or
just
like in Resident Evil 3, where they show people get bit and turn in like a less than a day, and then one guy gets bit at the beginning and he doesn't turn for like 3 days.
He's got those.
He was the black guy though. Yeah, he was the black guy.
Oh, Night of the Living Dead, is that like the the 60s one? I saw it once. I was just like,
dude, you cannot trust his movie opinion.
I was just like, meh.
I don't remember.
I know it's like early on film history kind of with zombie stuff, like real attempt, but I was, even ignoring like the limitations of stunt work or makeup and all that, like I just wasn't enthralled by it. I know sci-fi is weird with old shit because like I don't know, let's say 60s and before is very much like ridiculous. The best horror like sci-fi was crazy enough for me, and its delivery was Frankenstein. I think that's really good, especially like how they muted Frankenstein. I didn't know that, but in the book he apparently talks a lot, but they made him mute and kind of feral, and that really added to the character, like the childlike innocence to this brute, murderer in Karloff's presentation. It's good stuff.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Frankenstein. 1932. Have you seen the original Frankenstein, Ricky?
I think I've seen Young Frankenstein. I've not seen the OG.
Oh my god,
Young Frankenstein.
Yeah, watch the OG Frankenstein. It's got its limitations for like modern day watching, but at the same time, there's going to be those character moments, especially with Frankenstein. You're like, oh shit!
I feel like because I feel like I'll be spoiled in the wrong way because like I saw Van Helsing and that Frankenstein's like ooh, he's like over. I don't know what word to describe him, but seeing that type of acting and then. I don't know. Yeah, one of these days I'll watch the monster movies, the old ones, and give them a look.
Yeah, Frankenstein's solid. I haven't seen Lon Chaney's Werewolf or Wolfman. I've seen Creature from the Black Lagoon, and I definitely agree with. I'm a big Shape of Water fan, and I love like Guillermo del Toro's like view of the creature. He's kind of like I always felt sad for the creature because like he just minds his own business, and then people come into his pond and bother him. And like I totally agree. I've always sympathized with the villain lagoon creature.
It's just like with Wolverine. They just keep on bugging him, and he just wants to be by himself.
No, yeah, it's legitimately
same
like
thing.
kind of the thread. You know, he's not a developed character necessarily. He's just like a threat, and he's cool looking. You know, that's kind of the depth of his character in that. But
Hey,
yeah,
Angus, it's Lagoon of Color. That's what Sonny Mic's telling me.
I like that's good. I can't wait till SJWs get a hold of that. But yeah, going back to DCU. It's funny because the color is what reminded me. That was kind of one of the main topics. Black Superman. And
Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about.
They need people of color now in DC. And yet Cyborg's in there because they had one, and you know, whether you like DC Snyderverse or not, I think if you've seen Cyborg's full portrayal, they have something there. Whether you like Jussie Smollett Cyborg or not, and he's trying. Juicy Smollett, yeah. He had a good character out. He had a good introduction in this universe, and could have been a good asset with Cyborg or with Flash and Flashpoint. However, he accentuated that story. But he kind of fucked himself on that, and
no, he also fucked the world.
and then also you got Ava DuVernay getting sidelined and her stuff getting shit canned with New Gods. So it's kind of funny how they're trying to virtue signal, and it's like Marvel and DC's out, you know, dueling the virtue signals of like, well, we didn't want Doctor Strange because he's a white man to save the day. And they're like, oh, well, Black Superman, you know?
So hold on. I don't understand how they'll make that make any sense in the DC thing. So
Krypton was canned. That's how
are they gonna say that like a kryptonite Africa existed or something? I don't know.
Wakanda in space.
I don't get it.
Oh my god.
Wakanda land.
We lived on the dark side of the planet. That's why. I don't know. No, but then wouldn't they be pale? No, I don't know.
Wouldn't you be pale if you were on the dark side of the planet? I don't think that.
Well, because in Africa, you know, it's all hot over there. You know what I mean? Like the colder regions tend to have white skin, and the hotter regions have the darker skin. So
I'm pretty sure you would just eventually die from lack of vitamin D.
That's why you take supplements.
Yeah, but is that how it works? Is that how that works on Krypton, though?
Nothing works on Krypton.
I know. That's why it's tough to write. I don't know. It's why I don't understand what they do, because
that would be Rookie's Snyder cut. Was like, all right, let's get in depth about vitamin D deficiency.
Let's get the geography. Let's get the geography. Let's get the planet's consistency and make sure it all works well, and planetary science, everything. Let's get that going.
Wait, Janie, what are you talking about? Romantic zombie movie? You talking about the Nicholas Hoult movie?
Oh,
he's like
I thought she was
love.
talking
You know what I'm talking about? There's the guy who plays Beast in the X-Men prequels. He is a zombie, but he's like, you're in his head, and he's like talking about like living as a zombie, and I gotta like growl at this thing, and then like he sees a live girl.
Where he
falls in love with her.
Human.
Yeah, and
Justin says warm bodies.
Warm bodies. There we go. I knew
that's the one.
That was a okay zombie movie because it's like it totally reinvented like the idea and the scenario. So it's like, oh, that's different. Now you can't keep doing that.
You know, they should make
a good one-off.
They should make one about time traveling zombies in the future that go. I don't know. That's all I got. In space.
No. Awful.
Yes.
It's Terminator, but he's a zombie. He has to leave the future to go to the past to eat a kid.
But you see, wouldn't Hollywood make that? Wouldn't they make that? Wouldn't they make that and be like, look, we made an original
color.
We made an original film. Aren't we good? It's like,
a zombie of color. That's the key. So it's racist if you shoot him. Why didn't that cop let the zombie of color eat
his face?
The white child.
Yeah, why?
LeBron James is going to get that cop canceled.
Oh my god! canceled would be a nice way to do it.
I call him because he's bought by China. I call him Le Bing Bong James.
Bing Bong James. Bong, 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 bing, bing. What's funny too is that Space Jam 2 is coming out like next month.
Oh yeah. Share that picture. I got a picture of a toy.
Go into the Space Jam.
Which picture?
It should be in the DMs with you. But yeah, no, it's gonna be.
You share that. I gotta answer a thing. TikTok, is that where you came from? That's what Janie was asking me. I've never been on TikTok in my life in either way, as in watching or posting. What the fuck? I hate that goddamn fucking thing. It's so stupid. Did you find the picture?
I was looking through my own DMs, which I don't see them.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Go to my community tab. You can find it there, Ricky.
Yeah, because you have it's on your actual page.
I thought that my mini vamping was enough time.
I saw your Alex Jones clip here.
No,
Fuck
I said
off, Justin.
my YouTube community tab.
Jesus Christ!
Oh, your YouTube. Oh.
What the fuck? What is there another place that has community tabs?
Well, when I was looking in Twitter and he said community, I just assumed he meant his like Twitter thread.
I just assumed.
I do venture into the TikTok here and there, and I'll share a link to Ricky to show in a minute. There's a heartwarming video for you to watch. I'm not joking. I'm not going to show you some weird they them pronoun parasite or any of that. It's going to be like a legit heartwarming video
from TikTok.
Yes. I saw it. It was just I downloaded TikTok and this is like the first thing that popped up. I'm like subbed, love it.
There's an action figure for LeBron James.
Yeah, it's what is action B-ball blocker.
What the fuck?
I get it's Looney Tunes, but like, come on, like
he's supposed to be blocking shots.
Yeah, you're gonna block shots with a mallet made of basketballs.
Oh,
what?
That's extra
exactly.
Dumb.
I hunt toys in the wild at stores. Like, oh, can I flip this on eBay? Is there a market for it? I'm like, oh, Space Jam shit. And I'm like, no, not even touch this. Maybe Marvin the Martian. Thought about it because I love Marvin the Martian, but
everyone does.
Didn't pull the trigger. So I'm like, it's not gonna be worth the venture. I'm not gonna get any return on this.
So I wonder who's played with this toy because I don't know what you do with this. Because you can't play basketball with this toy. I don't see the point of this toy. Do they have a toy hoop?
The point of that toy is for them to try and commoditize Space Jam 2.
Keyword tonight, commoditize.
That's bringing it back around from earlier. That means we're layered in our storytelling.
We're so deep.
Yep. Yeah, you gotta follow the themes.
Yeah, hold on. Let me.
Asking mom
Oh,
if daddy
shut up. I really just opened a TikTok.
Wrong tab.
Oh my god! Let me turn my sound off so I can find this.
Why did I hear
There we
I can
go.
hear that.
Oh.
There we go.
I was trying to take a drink, you fuck.
All right, let me see. Me following. Yeah, here it is. All right. Let me see. I'm trying to find one where he gets a new toy.
Looking for the new toy episode or episode
All right.
clip.
Copy. All right. I'm sending it to you, Ricky. Right. Where are you? There you go.
I'm not your slave, Angus.
Yeah, you are.
Disagree.
This is reparations.
His what? 45% reparations. 10% moving fee. Get it?
Sorry, what?
I said it's a 10% moving fee. If it's 45% reparations. Because the Indians had to move.
Ready, George?
What is this?
Oh my god. George! George, what are you doing?
Look, it's a punch balloon.
You're blowing them all up. Look at all these balloons, George. What do you think? Oh. George! Ooh, George! What do you think of all your balloons?
Fucking attack him.
George, are you having fun, George? Oh!
They slow-mo the
monkey. What's in there?
He's like, wait a second. Wait a second. What is this?
There you go, George. You got it. Is that punch balloons? Ready, George?
Is this?
Oh, this is the wrong side.
Yeah, TikTok just replays all the time.
Oh. I thought you were gonna do some. I thought he was gonna open up a LeBron James toy and start destroying it or something.
Wait, I only get a ginger for reparations. Well, like, that's not a bad thing to me. Wait, is it a ginger boy? That's gross.
How many freckles?
Well, the problem with redheads is, like, you can look up movie stars, like famous redheads. It's like either, like, for whatever reason, redheads are either hot or they are definitely not. There's no in between.
Like...
Amy Adams is maybe the in between, but when you look at her younger, like when she's in The Office for a couple episodes, oh my god, what a catch!
Oh yeah,
what
and yeah.
Well, she's a blonde though.
She's a fucking blonde, guy. And you ain't never seen
makes
her.
A good redhead, though.
I was about to say a trigger word.
A trigger.
I heard it through the grapevine.
As a redhead.
Burger herd.
Hamburger.
Ancient One popping in them links.
Yeah,
Thank
hey,
you.
appreciate Ancient One being a good monitor.
Hopefully
I gotta
he didn't
communicate with
put
him
his
better.
link in there. Don't ever put his link in there, that motherfucker.
Yeah. All right, guys. So the intro is over. Now we're gonna start the show. That was all improv. Now we're gonna start the show.
I mean, that is a true statement about him being all
hey, Rookie, show
what the fuck is the show about now?
Show that frog meme to PB. I don't think he saw.
Oh, he didn't see that. We gotta share that with him. Don't we got to share it with him, bro? All right. Oh, in the robot one. Are you ready, PB, for some amazing stuff?
No.
Are you sure? Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Angus, press it. We're losing the crowd. We're losing the crowd.
MILF. Man, I love frogs. Is this on the back of EVS's vehicle?
I thought this was on the front of a car for some reason. On the front window.
This is not the I thought it's on. Oh, it's totally on the Frogman's van. Or I guess it's on Andrea's van.
Yep.
She's driving around some SUV thing.
Yeah, I would tweet it to him, but I'm blocked because I'm war campaign.
Oh yeah.
He blocked all the war campaign people.
Yeah, but PB
I still back his book. He makes a good book.
What?
So
what's important?
I'm a fair critic.
But you're not the rookie critic. Because what's important is that being touched by a humanoid robot makes people feel happier and more likely to listen to machines. Right, PB?
Why am I listening to machines?
Will you listen to a machine?
Wait a second. What does the machine want me to do?
I'm just
comply?
imagining like they make self checkout at like Walmart, like a personable robot, and it's like, you want to give me more money? It's like, I don't, and then it starts like giving me a hand job. It's like, okay, I guess I do want to give you more money.
It's like oh, you don't need to pay me. I just have to take care of my 3 robot children, and trying to put my gerbil through school.
This is so simple, but I gotta show this one to you, Ricky.
Okay. Or send it to my
I
DM or
just
to
saw
the
this.
group?
Yeah, to your DM, yeah.
Okay.
Boop.
So Karen said that strawberry blondes are hotter than redheads.
Yeah, I
How do you
saw
feel
that. I
about
meant to address that. I feel like Karen's saying this because she is a strawberry blonde.
A strawberry blonde.
Offensive.
I don't know. I need to see a direct comparison.
Yep.
Like, all I need to do is to see the person. It doesn't matter who the person is. Just pick a person.
Carrot Top.
Have Carrot Top in red hair, and then have him in strawberry blonde hair. And we'll see which Carrot Top is hotter.
Okay.
What the fuck is this?
It's a bunch of blue hair pronoun weirdos with Corona mask going.
What? I like the front one. How they're all like, it's got the brow ridge, kind of like a fucking caveman.
I think that's the Coomer of the Wojak music. I think it's the Coomer.
Yeah.
This is fucking crazy. This week I had a few people that came to the greenhouse and they would ask, do we need to wear the mask here? And I was like, no. We're outside. I mean, I know that we're technically inside, but we're not.
Okay. This is how stupid it is. My wife was hard at me because how I dropped my daughter off to school because my wife works there, and so it's like kids don't have to wear masks at school, at least at this school,
right?
But all the teachers do, and I can't go into the school to prevent corona spread. All right. So like parents, no one besides workers can go into the school. All right. But when I deliver my kid to the door, I'm supposed to wear a mask to give my kid who's been with me without mask all for, in between the school hours each day to you. And I'm outside, but I'm supposed to wear a mask for that 5-minute interaction of the handoff. This is why it's a freaking cult. This is why it's fake news. This is stupid. This is why I get so irritated with all this, and people believe it. Like the first month in and stuff, I was like, okay, maybe like this is. Let's take our precautions, whatever. Let's try this shit. Lower the curve, or whatever that crap was. And now it's like, you're still buying this? You're seeing who dies, who gets infected, who's at risk, who's surviving, which is pretty much everyone besides old people. And
only like
I gotta get vaccinated. I gotta get vaccinated for 98% survive who get infected. It's like,
right, just the ones who get infected.
So yeah, I'm very irritated, to say the least.
I'm very irritated. This meme is about me.
But at the same time, like sometimes I like to have a road beer on my way to home after work, and so I'm always ready for a cop to pull me over. I'm throwing my mask on. Like, whoa, can you stay like distant, social distance? Like,
shit. I never even thought about that. Could you stay 6 feet away from the vehicle? I can't have you looking in the vehicle. It's not safe for you to be this close to the vehicle. Could you please back up? Like, I'm doing it for his safety, not just for mine. You never know what diseases I could give you, officer. Don't worry. I'll throw my license out on the road for you.
Rookie, a funny video.
Bring it up, Rookie.
Hold on. Before that, I found something else that we should.
Oh, come on, indentured servitude.
Oh yeah,
I
that's a good
earned
one,
my
Tony.
keep. I earned my keep.
He says, "I just claim religious exemption." Yeah, I could be. This is my religion to drink while I drive.
Oh, I thought you were talking about wearing the mask or not, because I tried saying that literally a year ago. I was like, what the fuck?
I think that's maybe. You know
that?
what gets annoying when I'm at like GameStop or a store and I'm trying to like look at things that might be able to resell on eBay. I always have to like yank my mask down for like the Face ID on my phone. Such an inconvenient feature with the Corona crap.
Yeah.
I never did the Face ID. I never did any type of ID. If you want to get into my phone, you just swipe that fucker open and then boom, you've hacked my Twitter.
Usually people run away when they see what they find.
Right. Nobody's going into my phone. They're like, what the fuck is this guy into? Okay, we'll just walk away.
We'll actually try to give it back because we don't want anyone else to find this on accident. We want to make
Right,
sure
it's
nobody
like,
steals
it's
his
like
phone.
the Hunter laptop.
Yeah.
What's
But
in the
yeah, this
laptop?
It's like 7.
You want to be like these bros? These chaps?
Oh,
These are the dumbest fucking things I've ever seen.
Look at this, you poser.
What is this douchebag below me?
We were just crapping on Krypton.
Yep.
Stupid ass planet.
Son of a bitches.
That was me mostly, but yeah.
We're just one son of a bitches. We're not sons of bitches. We're just son of a bitches.
Yeah, you only get one. You don't get two for that. Crapping on Krypton. God damn it. No, sorry, my internet sucks. Because
I told you it wasn't an internet thing. He sounds perfectly fine.
No, I'm at home. I actually had to wait until I got out of work because they decided to take our internet out and put it in the mall office. So now I got shitty internet.
No.
Justin, why the fuck are you there? Why are you there, Justin?
He's there because all of the people that he had on his live stream didn't want to talk to him in the green room anymore, so he's bored.
I thought you were going to say that you don't want to talk to him on his live stream.
I thought that's where it was going. I was like, wait, what? Oh, okay.
I didn't want to be a 100% dick.
They were like, yeah, so no one wanted to talk to him on this live stream, so they all decided to come over to Angus's.
He was in the Navy.
He was in the Navy.
Hey. Yeah.
All the sailors in the Navy.
Keep this up. Keep this. No, go put this back up. I want to see what his stupid opinion is on these stupid masks. Maybe we'll actually get him to say something.
I actually thought you guys were looking at the new Hannibal show. I was like, wait, are we talking about Hannibal? Is there?
No.
There's a new Hannibal show now?
No.
Yeah, they just CBS All Access Trash just did Clarice. To their credit, it's the least crappiest show. So
yeah,
fucking.
All right,
You ready for this? You ready for this?
Does he read out the tweet thingies, or should I?
Okay, no, just play it.
Okay.
What you sorry for? Stevie Wonder can't see, right? The sun gonna shine tomorrow. You gonna run when you see the police, right? What you sorry for? Duh.
What is that?
I am so
What you sorry
lost.
for? Stevie Wonder can't see, right? The sun gonna shine tomorrow. You gonna run when you see the police, right? What you sorry for?
I love how he gets multiple racist statements in there, but they all don't make sense at all. Like he just jumped from Stevie Wonder to Run from the
He's
Police.
replying. Someone says, "I'm sorry. Some Asians told me that their grandparents are very racist."
No, you did not read that comment very well. I'm sorry that some Asians told me that their grandparents are very racist.
Wait,
no, it's very racist.
I can't do the E that long. That's tough.
I know that we're talking about Asians and they live for a very long time.
It
but
says their grandparents.
Their parents?
No,
Grandparents?
they live for a wrong time.
They live wrong time. Really wrong time.
Okay, but their parents' grandparents have to be fucking dead, don't they?
No. Have you ever been to an Asian household? They got grandma, great grandma, mom.
This is great. I don't fucking know how many great.
They just start numbering them by your grandma 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then when the number 1 dies, then number 2 becomes number 1.
Yeah, it's
you
like
just-
a hierarchy.
Ubi didn't see them all when he saw an Asian fan. He didn't see them all because they were all in their tunnels.
They were.
Macadam. Didn't see all them Charlies.
Holy shit.
Oh, no, I was looking for them. I saw 2 people. They told me this was a town of 2,000.
I've had a rough day. All these jokes are landing. I had a fucking rough day. That's all I got.
Hey, you want to hear a good joke?
Yeah, well, I have a feeling
The
it's not gonna
Marvels.
be good. Oh God.
Oh, shit. We need to get Janie's right. We need to be careful. We don't have a secret token Asian. A token secret Asian.
I might be like 1% Asian because my eyes are kind of
All
squinty.
1% something.
Like my eyes get kind of squinty sometimes. So.
Let's go all Joe Biden.
I am here on the panel to avenge my fallen comrades.
The fuck?
You recognize me, baby?
Misa no recognize you, sir.
Oh, you are mocking me? I kill your family.
Because they don't ever go after like just a person. They fucking start a bloodline war. So it'll be you, your dog, your family, the fucking the dogs.
Go after the dogs. They ain't mine no more. Go after the white sheep.
The dog's god. It's the dog's god. That's who.
Oh God. Yeah.
The game now.
But yeah. So they.
Speaking of fair game, what do you think of Black Superman? Good enough.
So hold on, he might be able to help us with the question we had earlier. So
Yes.
if there's going to be a black Kryptonian, would he be on the darker side of Krypton or the lighter side of Krypton?
I wasn't aware that Krypton had a darker side from how I saw it illustrated.
Well, it all.
Krypton is all
I mean, this isn't a racist remark. I'm just simply saying.
Yeah. Well, no, because
there's
I was trying to think, how are they going to explain a black Superman now? Unless they have some aliens do some skin replacement therapy on Henry Cavill, I don't get it.
You know what? It's J.J. Abrams.
Your favorite director? Second favorite.
Who's my first?
Your first favorite director is quite obviously
Zack
our
Snyder?
Lord and Savior.
Oh yeah, Zack Snyder. You know it, baby. Zackaroo.
Until Amber Heard starts directing.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I can't wait. I'm seriously watching that Netflix train wreck that's gonna be out with the zombies. I'm going to make PB watch that so we can review it. I'm literally
you're not.
Yep, I'm gonna be like, hey, PB, when you see me in real life, I'm gonna be like, I'm putting on a great movie. It's a really great. You're gonna love this movie. I'm not even gonna play the part because Zach is narcissistic, so it says his name in big fucking letters every movie he makes. You guys watch that in slow motion.
He's probably gonna have a little blurb, to the fans at the beginning of every movie now.
He'll be like, hey guys, everybody who loves zombies, it was because of you I made this, not because I'm Zack Snyder. It's because of you guys. You guys wanted a zombie film. It's like, Zach, I don't
you guys, it's your guys'
What are you on the screen then? Man who works behind the camera?
It's your guys' fault why this exists, not mine. It's your guys' fault why this exists. That's what he'd say.
What the fuck?
That's what he could say now. He's like, you all wanted me to direct movies, and so I am. So you're welcome.
Never.
Like, Jamie Davis, I know they've had Black Superman. I know all of the incarnations. The whole point is that, okay, even if there's a Black Superman in an alternate universe, or for the sake of argument, let's say Earth Prime, because Superman fucks off to do something, and he's gone for a while, so Black Superman arrives to save the day, okay? That's not the issue. The issue is how disingenuous this whole thing is. It's not being done just because, we want to take the character into a bold new direction. I mean, I hope people can see that. This is the most obvious ploy for points ever. It's just like, and Michael B. Jordan. You guys all love Michael B. Jordan, right? He was in another one of them Black films, Black Panther, right? You guys like Michael B. Jordan. Everybody loves Michael B. He was
in the Fantastic Four. He's good. He's good.
Oh, yeah, fan stick. Oh, fuck. I've been trying. Look, there's some movies that haunt me. They haunt me in my dreams, and I've only ever seen them once. I saw Fanstick. I was probably the only person on fucking planet Earth, because my theater was empty, who saw that abomination in the theater. I thought what everyone else thought. Michael B. Jordan? Okay. Yeah, I could buy that. He's charismatic. I could see him as Johnny Storm. I don't have a problem with racial barriers. I'll go and support this. Oh my God. Oh God. Fuck me. Was that not the, oh God. What? Why? Why does this movie exist? Why? I've never watched a movie that was singularly, that makes Sharknado movies look like art house films. It is so fucking terrible.
Well, apparently the studio that made Sharknado was more well put together than the one that made Fantastic, because if you know the backstory on all the stuff going on behind the scenes, oh my God, that they pushed themselves into a corner, to be honest. But then also the director they chose was not their best choice. He did one film, he did one or two films, and then no, you can do this one, and they did it because they had to keep the rights and all that. So. Oh man, their whole premise was bad.
And look, I like that movie Chronicle, which the director did. I think
that is a fucking good movie.
Yeah, I think he's a great film director for a particular genre. But when you give a guy like that an infinite amount of money and little time, you can only work so many fucking miracles. I mean, that thing was plagued with problems from the beginning because it had like fucking 16 scripts already existing. So, I mean, and then you go, okay, just rewrite it and, work some magic. And then you fucking micromanage it. And it's like, when I heard his original ideas, I said, I actually like what he originally thought of, because he was like, let's make it darker because, it's some dark shit, man. There's a dude who's stuck like a rock for the rest of his life. And I'm like, yeah, no one's really explored that. That would kind of suck.
Don't you remember in the 2000s one where he can't pick up the ring because his girlfriend's like, ew, and then leaves, and then he's like, oh, Oh,
yeah,
it's
but that
sad.
was played up for humor.
Oh, I know. Well, no, it was supposed to be tragic. Like, oh, his girlfriend or wife left him because he's ugly. Ugh. But it was supposed to be more humorous because it's like, yeah.
And I mean, they cut this dude's. If you guys don't know the original story, they cut this dude's fucking original plot and script and everything they had. They cut that shit down, and it shows in the movie. It looks like a Frankenstein because they were like, no, this is too dark. This is too dark. There's not that many fights. And it's like, holy fuck. It's like...
you didn't want it dark. Don't cast a black guy. Just saying.
I mean, yeah, I agree.
No, I think part of it was that they had an agreement between the studio and the director on what type of film to make, and he made it like he pretty much ignored them entirely and was making it himself, and like so that was a huge problem. And then actors on the set seemed to not get along with the director very well, and it's like all these things. And he's a younger director or something, right? Or I don't remember. He had an attitude, and and it's just like this freaking rookie's trying to tell everybody how to do something, and it's like, no, I don't know, it didn't work out. It didn't mesh well with the crowd, and then he actively went out and went, fuck this movie, like. Okay, to everyone. Like, that's fucked.
You know what though? I don't blame him. Like when you're told, okay, do what you want to do, we trust you.
That's why we never got Boba Fett as a film.
But was that what they said? I don't remember if it was just make whatever you want to make, or if they gave him direction and he said, no, fucking, I'm going to do what I want.
Oh no! At first they were like, "Go ahead and make what you want to make," and then he gave them the script, and they said, "Well, we need you to do this because we don't think we can market this." Because if you think about it, he was actually ahead of his time with his thinking. Because when this came out, we hadn't had like really dark shit apparently, and especially not from DC. So he was like, "Let's go dark with it," and they were like, "No, superhero movies are bubbly." And so, he was just like, okay, I'll do what you want, and totally ignored them and shot a different movie, the one he wanted to start making. And they came in and they were like, whoa, hold on a second. Didn't we just tell you can't do any of this shit? He was like, yeah, but middle finger. And
well, you see, it's one thing. It's one thing though, when you're a director, you're not using your money. Like you're using money that they also give you, and if they give you direction in some way, I mean, if you were to pay somebody to make a movie for you, and I would assume too that there's some type of communication between the people. If they just do whatever the hell they want, like Snyder, for example, and it's not what you want, and it's not his money, I don't know. I'd be kind of pissed at the director as well.
I mean, but it worked for Snyder. I don't think anybody watched that 4-hour movie who's an exec. As soon as he said the runtime, they were like, no, we trust this guy. I don't think anyone at HBO fucking watched all 4 hours of that. I really doubt it.
But I'm just saying in general, though, like I don't know. When people, it's hard to fully go, it's the director's fault or the studio's fault, or if they just let them have their vision.
It's definitely Zach's fault.
That's kind of what I'm saying in that case. It's like they did let him do it, or like with Ryan Johnson, they just let him do all of it. And usually in a lot of films, it's some studio interference. I don't think people get it. Some studio interference does help sometimes, because not any version of any movie isn't the entire director's vision anyway. Like that's never really been a thing where their entire vision is just fully seen. You know,
and it's good sometimes. Sometimes
I'd say most of the time, but not all the time.
Tommy Wiseau movies. That's not the director's full vision.
That'd be an exception, I suppose. But how well that does is shown by the audience. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, at least Zach didn't get the scene he wanted with Batman being raped. Can we all just thank God that never happened?
Wait, Batman gets raped?
He wanted to do, I swear to God, it was in an interview. He was talking about where he wanted to take the trilogy, and he wanted to have a scene like that where Batman somehow
take that baton up that bat ass.
That was Zach's vision that everybody wants. So everybody wanted.
Well,
Batman
I'm
for
sorry.
me.
I'm tired of people using his vision as their thing. Anyway, the Snyder Cut isn't even his full-on vision either. Actually, I think he
watched the review too? It was great.
Well, and then like Joss Whedon, they go the Joss cut. It's like that's not
The
even his
Joss
cut.
cut.
That's more of the WB as like it's not even his cut really either. He had
No, the
other
first
things
cut
he
of
would have done.
Justice
He
League
took
is the
over half
money-making
of it.
cut.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, he came on to a project he didn't start and had to work with what was there and, you know, work under things that the studio says. So it's not even Joss's cut. So it's kind of, he gets all the blame though somehow, even though he's hardly in control of it. Honestly, he has a lot of restrictions, like, and was pulled into it. Not really like, oh, I started from the beginning with this and I'm doing this. It's like, I don't know, kind of.
No, I totally agree, and I hate how people seem to forget. Like everybody talks about what kind of shitty director he is, and he made Avengers 1. Everyone forget about that. He did like numerous hit television shows that are like literally iconic.
It got canceled after one season, guy.
No, Buffy ran for fucking.
No, we're talking about Firefly.
I mean, Firefly was iconic too, but that also got a movie.
It's not. It got canceled after one season.
The fact that people wanted more, though, kind of says something
fucking
about
movie.
I got a movie.
Well, the fact that people wanted more and they stopped, I mean, kind of says something. James Cameron even directed Dark Angel, a Jessica Alba one back in the day, which was pretty good, and but that didn't get a third season. But in a way, it left a good cliffhanger. So I don't know. My whole point is like I'm still learning about how things are done with movie making, and I used to think it's always just the director. Like, oh, they just are able. They should do whatever they want. But I'm learning more and more that no, actually, they don't, and they can't, and they usually don't unless they fund it themselves. Which, if they want to fund it themselves, that's a different story, sure. But you know,
Janie had a funny reply to. Karen says, my brother-in-law and I sit quietly next to each other at family gatherings, and we pretend to talk when people walk past. And I found the article about the bat rate. It's from Business Insider. It says an old.
Okay.
All right, so Business Insider says an old Zack Snyder interview perfectly captures why the Batman movie is such a disaster. And this is in 2016. The latest superhero blockbuster, Batman v Superman, was gloomy, joyless, and poorly reviewed. But according to a revealing interview with director Zack Snyder from 2008, it could have been much worse. Snyder spoke to Entertainment Weekly about his then upcoming movie, Watchmen. During the interview, he revealed that he had very different ideas about the Caped Crusader than fellow Chris Nolan, who directed Batman Begins. He said, everyone says that about Batman Begins. Batman's dark. I'm like, okay, no, Batman's cool. He gets to go to a Tibetan monastery and he be trained by ninjas. Okay, I want to do that. But he doesn't like get raped in prison. That could happen in my movie. If you want to talk about dark, that's how dark that would go.
Yeah, what the
This is the guy you wanted his vision to continue. Oh, you people, like, oh my god, thank you, Black Angus. That was the quote I was looking for.
Well, it would make more sense.
This shit that he says, like he just gets a pass.
You see, Zod, it would make more sense because after he got railed in jail, now he wants to dress up as a superhero and start fighting people, you know? It makes sense why he has a bat suit. He got it tailored and designed.
Janie, did you not like Brightburn? Because I freaking love that movie.
Brightburn.
I love it. I want a sequel.
See,
so do I.
I know Zod and PB would prefer this. Like, if Zach could make his own movie like a Brightburn,
2 hours of bat rape.
It isn't touching one where Zach
in
isn't
4:3 ratio.
Where Zach isn't touching like comic characters and established ones. Make his own characters that can be touched however they want. Like, you know, have him do his own thing.
The back hole.
I told everybody who's ever listened every time it's come up, I like the movie 300. Zack Snyder directed that movie. So obviously, he's capable of directing something that I can enjoy. It's just the fact when he ever tries to do anything with a character that's been established before, his first thought is, how can I do this completely fucking different? And that's his only fucking thought.
How can I make Jesus allegories and stuff? How can I do that?
I mean,
I would love a Zack Snyder. I
He'd
would
have
love a
Jesus
Zack.
out there pillaging every village and be like, you know what? I told you to just take these 2 fish and these 5 loaves, but I'll be back in a week with 10,000 fish from all of these villages.
Yeah, I would love to see a Zack Snyder remake of Last Temptation of Christ.
I actually think he would stick true to that story. I don't know with all the
no. You see,
references he made in Superman. I think he really wants to make that movie.
No, you guys are getting it wrong because Superman was like a bright, fun-filled one. He made him dark, but if the story is dark enough with the Jesus one, he'll make him like the Big Lebowski Jesus or something. He'll make him or sunglasses and
Jesus on the Sabbath is picking crops, and they're like, "You can't do that. You're a Jew. Customs." And he's like, "Hey man, like I'm hungry, you know?
Yeah,
like,
just trying to live and soak up the rays, bro. It's all good. You know, have Papa Sig with me, man. Let's go. Yeah.
Like, don't worry about the waves, bruh. I'm gonna make them calm. So
Yeah,
out here on this boat.
Just gotta know how to pet the water, you know.
Yeah,
I'm
he made
bitter
Watchmen.
herbs and drink this wine.
Watchmen's great. I love it.
But you see, that's the thing I don't get either. When people think that there hasn't been dark ones, and Watchmen was kind of dark. There's been dark things in general, and when people say like the superhero thing,
Black Panther was really dark.
It's like the hero genre isn't gonna go away. I mean, like the act of somebody being heroic. I don't know. Maybe adapting comics specifically will start to die out, but I doubt it. Seems to amp up.
Jamie Davis, yes, he did make Watchmen. This son of a bitch to my side here doesn't like it, but I thought it was
it's trash.
Wait. I don't know if you've said this, but why is Watchmen trash?
What's the point of making something identical to the book if I could just read the book?
But you don't read, so he made it for you through visual.
And with all of the spectacular visuals that you speak of, how is it that it is the most boring comic book movie I've seen in my entire life? And that includes some of the terrible ones on the list.
Yes, Janie Davis. She said PB live action Wang. Exactly. Just for you, PB. You got to see a big blue dick.
I don't even remember the big blue dick because I've seen the movie, I think, 1.5 times because I watched it through one time, made it through a
blue dick.
Because I was probably bored out of my skull.
I hope James Cameron. I hope James Cameron is inspired by Watchmen for the Avatar sequels, specifically the Blue Wing.
Wait, they're seriously still gonna make Avatar movies?
Yeah.
Yes, I've been waiting since the movie came out.
I think they missed their. I've
been waiting over a decade for this shit.
I think they missed their chance. I think they should not make any more. They should just throw it away.
No. Wrong, because
they can re-release the first one and make it the #1 movie in the world of all time.
Ricky's all about, hey, I don't want intergalactic threats, and then hey, here's just like cowboys and Indians in space.
No, this is
no.
Okay, I don't like it for a different reason. It seemed for what it is. People think it's like super creative and all this stuff. They're just taking some underwater stuff and putting it on a planet essentially, and then also recycling themes from his old movies that he's made. And then also, it's just like it's fine if you want it to see that those type of stories in space atmosphere, okay, but like I don't see there being more movies with this. I don't know. It just seems
rookie. You gotta be an asshole about this. It's fucking Dances with Wolves.
No. Because I don't actually but I don't agree. I don't use that as a criticism because there can be a bunch of different versions of that type of story told well or executed well and poorly.
You know what Speed is?
On which
Speed is Die Hard on a bus.
Yeah, so I wouldn't say that's a problem because it's Smurfs or Dances with Wolves. I mean, that's Pocahontas and stuff because they're very different in a way how they do it, but they're also that's a similar type of story. But they could do it well. I don't think they did it that well in Avatar because they're like we have
different
to
in the sense of location.
Like it seems like they put effort into some areas, and then with the story, they're like we have to get the unobtainium under the tree. Look, we cut down a tree. We're evil. Like,
no, that always bugs me.
And the fact that they're in it bugs me because they're in space and they copied and pasted Earth stuff just onto the space planet. And they're like, oh, look, we're chopping down a tree. And it's like, fuck, you can't think of something. Can you try a little harder to be a little bit more original or out there with space to, if you're going to tell this type of story, make it a little different? And they literally ride horses.
That's the first thing that we want to do in space is go out there and go mining stuff. We need things.
No, unobtainium. That's what you put as a placeholder until you find a title to call it, something else to call it.
Okay,
I agree with that. But
it probably was the placeholder, and they had everything else in place. And then they started filming, and they got to the point, and they're like,
They didn't make a name for it.
And they're like,
okay.
What's it say right now? They're like, it's called unobtainium. They're like, fuck it.
Well, and okay, like I like the idea of there being like a crippled soldier or something, and then he's able to like control this other body and kind of be able to experience something like that. That's fine.
Is not how it worked out. He was not a crippled soldier. He was discharged.
But the point was he was in a wheelchair.
Got fucked up. That's why he's in a wheelchair.
Whoa. We're talking about the twin brother here, right?
I'm talking about the main character.
The main character is a twin.
Yes, who has his legs fucked up. He can't walk.
Right. His brother was the one who was trained and everything to do everything.
You're missing my point. My point was that I liked that could have been a good story here with this crippled soldier having to control a body and then try to figure things out that way. And the fact that he's if he was a little more inexperienced, that could have been interesting. They could have told a type of movie using what they presented here. And maybe I think this one movie could have been a couple of movies if they wanted to take it a little slower, but they just ramped it into, we got to have a huge battle by the end of the film, and he's got to unite everyone by the end of the film. I don't know. It just, it was poorly well done to me. I don't know. It's poorly done.
The best part of that movie was the Marine guy. I don't care that he's the typical generic bad guy. That dude was the shit.
Yeah, he was fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was I was like, I know him because he's in that movie too, Don't Breathe. Like that dude just plays the best.
That's intense.
Yeah, he is an intense dude, I'll agree. But
I remember him most from the movie Tall Tale. That was one of my favorite movies as a kid.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. He's just a great actor. So when I saw him on screen, I was less agitated. But I'll be honest with you, because of some of the themes of that movie, I went with some buddies of mine to see it, and there were literally people who walked out of the movie. It was like a very in your face with what the messaging was there. Yeah,
wait, you're talking about Don't Breathe or Avatar?
Avatar. No, Don't Breathe. People walked out on the chicken baster scene. I just went, what the fuck? This took a left turn.
It's like Daredevil.
Oh yeah.
No, the story is that's actually Daredevil in his old age. He's a blind.
Oh man.
He's got his senses. His senses aren't as good as they used to be, but he can still use them.
Oh my god, dude! When I saw that, okay, I didn't know where it was going, but I love the fact that when you get to where you find out what he is, I was so lost because I'm like, this movie's ballsy because I literally don't know who to root for right now. Because, like, okay, these people tried to rob his house and they're just generally assholes. But I mean, you know, he's got someone tied up and he's doing stuff with a chicken baser. So who do I root for here?
Lucky lady.
I was rooting for the person to get out who was tied up. Holy fuck. It's like all this shit is going on. And I'm thinking, does anybody want to untie that poor girl? Like, they're sitting there talking and shit. And I'm like, holy fuck. This girl is literally in terror right now.
Untie somebody in the middle of their sexual perversion.
I know, because like they do the thing. Okay, so there's the scene where they do the thing and she's trying to get out.
They
and
do the thing? The thing?
No, I'm talking about, like, you know, she got chased or whatever. She's trying to hide from him, whatever. And then she finds that whole fucked up setup and then gets drop on him. And then, like, she takes time to sit there and fucking reflect. And it's the one thing I hate about horror movies. Why does everybody stop and just fucking pause to reflect or talk to a friend or something like that when they have a clear opportunity to escape? It's the worst trope ever. If I was in a situation like,
I like it when they trip.
You just like, instead of like reflecting or something, it's like, it's Jason Voorhees, run. Oh no, my tampon's full. Better go change. Like,
dude, I have seen so many, like, the best one was, and I think this movie gets so much shit, but they did the reboot to Friday the 13th, and I thought the scene with the Asian guy was hilarious because he was like, he makes a reference earlier in the movie, and I don't think anyone caught on to it. He goes, because the lights go out, and he goes, oh man, he's like, you know, Asian people don't even make it to the credits of these movies. And then fucking Jason kills him immediately in the next scene. I was like, oh my God, that was so on the nose. And he just fucking kill. He throws a fucking machete at him violently.
That's why Corona didn't spread all those years ago.
We should have been
Jason
we
saved
should have
us.
been employing Jason. That's what we see. Jason does help people. But yeah, I was just like, wow, this is very on the nose.
Whose nose?
Apparently not the Asian dude, because he had no fucking face or anything when Jason got done. Holy fuck, Jason is racist.
That will be the next thing. They're gonna like, they're gonna scrub through these horror movies like,
This racist villain murderer killed a person of color.
I'm surprised they haven't tried to cancel them. Okay, you know, all of these people bitch, and I'm like watching some old horror movies the other day. I'm like, wow, if only these like woke people actually watched older shit, everything would be, Friday would be canceled. Remember Jason versus Freddy when he was like, he gets the failed Destiny's Child, the failed one, Kelly or whatever the fuck her name was. He gets her cornered, and he's like, oh, how sweet, dark meat. And I was like, whoa. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I like how you said it. You said it like a little white guy though.
Like, none of us know who Destiny's Child is.
Yeah, I had no idea what you're referencing half the time, to be honest.
I don't do much entertainment. Kelly knows. I don't know. The one
Kelly
who tried to
Rowland?
break off. Yeah, there we go. Kelly Rowland, whatever. She failed. Only Beyonce.
I always thought she was the hottest of the three.
I like how you said dark meat though. You're like, oh, look, dark meat. Like you said it like a like I'm trying to imagine that voice from like Jason. You know, oh boy, dark meat. And so instead of being like, oh boy, dark meat, it's like, oh boy, dark meat. Like giddy.
It sounded like it was creepy and racist all at once. I was like, wow. Woke crowd, you guys are slipping. Like,
oh man, it's too bad they didn't do that in the Michael Bay Texas Chainsaw.
Yeah, they'd be mad at you for saying creepy before racist because you as if that's more important, you know.
Oh, you're right. Damn.
Yeah.
See,
Yep.
I gotta get with the times.
It's funny. I'm excited. I was looking at some videos because I just got Red Dead Redemption 2 finally. I hate paying for games more than like $20, but Red Dead's kept its value. So I'm like, all right, it's got to be a good game. It's Rockstar. It's going to be good. And I'm enjoying it so far. I love the solitude of the game. But I was looking through some videos about it, and apparently there's like the Klan in the game. And so someone tried out like grabbing a black guy and bringing him to the rally. It doesn't do anything different, apparently. Yeah, I'm disappointed. I was excited. I can't wait.
The game designer should have thought of that. You know,
I know it's Grand Theft Auto, people. Come on. But I saw that even Rockstar is getting woke with some shit. Like I think if you're a cop or they got cops can't shoot blacks or something now in Rockstar games. Like what? Come on. Like you're playing criminals.
It's a hate crime now. They get the deduction.
Yeah, you'll see you'll be playing Grand Theft Auto and you'll see like a newspaper ad in the game or like a highlight on your phone be like, oh, GoFundMe canceled for racist cop. Like
I wouldn't be surprised if they made a game where they have cops that transform into humanoid pigs or something. Try to make fun of them. Like,
Nukem.
No, they need a game where you're a hardened veteran cop who's tired of the system. So you go to college and get your sociology degree and become a social worker to clean up the streets.
That'd be funny to have your character in a class, classroom for a bit, and then he has to battle Karen every now and then in class and whatnot, and defeat the social studies test.
Oh, you don't want to be battling Karen. Like you don't know what kind of skills she has. She'll tell
exactly.
You.
She
just hasn't said anything in a while. She's still here.
No, you see, the point would be that he battles her, loses, and she spares him to let him learn his lesson. Because that's what she does. She's smarter.
That's good writing.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we did have a game, didn't we? It was called Last of Us 2. Oh, zing.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't played it. I've barely played the first Last of Us because I just don't care about zombies. But honestly, the general thread I've heard,
The Last of Us 2 because people hate it.
Generally, the gist I'm hearing about the game, people are like, oh, you're not fighting monsters, it's people, and it's like, well, like that's why I love It Comes at Night because it's not really the threat isn't the zombies so much, even though that's like what's making everyone like mentally elevated and like on guard. It's really like they're scared of other people because of resources and stuff. And it's like, yeah, this kind of shit would like decay your mind. And that's what Last of Us 2 sounds like. And it's like, that sounds right up my alley. Even with like the SJW shit, the Anita Sarkeesian influence with like the tranny or whatever. Overall, the game sounds interesting.
It was a gay relationship. Come on, let's not downplay the right.
No. I know there's a gay character with Ellie or whatever, Elliot's character. But there's like the Abby golf tranny chick or whatever.
No, that's the thing. She's not a tranny, but she looks like a tranny.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, I thought I kept hearing this stuff. I thought it was
she's
actually
a straight woman
transitioning or some shit.
She looks like
an actual pandemic apocalypse.
Because she looks like a buffed up bulky dude, but she's just a normal straight chick who eats a lot of burritos apparently in her diet.
Loves golf.
Fucking lot of burritos. What the fuck?
Like I don't know. All the people that have been crying about this game, I'm like I totally agree with like the fuck Naughty Dog and like their censorship and stuff, and their like favoritism from the media and all that coverage. But the actual like game story, like I'm fine with the subversion. I like that kind of stuff.
Well, hold on. So the point at the end that everybody doesn't like is that your whole goal is to get revenge from the bitch that killed the dad, and then at the end your character goes, "No, I'm just gonna spare you."
Yeah,
and it's kind of like.
Well, I'm assuming there's a lot more context to why she has that turn.
Well, no. So hold on. So a lot of the context is that you play as the character that kills Joel or whatever throughout it, and you're supposed to feel sympathy for the character by the time you get there. Like, oh, did you know that there are other perspectives? And like in a very hands-on, like stupid way, I guess. Like, oh, somebody killed the dog that she owns. Like, oh, like I don't know. They're trying to get you to care about them before. Oh, you're gonna kill this person, but the character that is trying to get revenge doesn't know any of that, and it doesn't matter because like that doesn't matter with any of this.
No, I actually.
You know what that sounds like though? That sounds exactly like Spider-Man 3's Sandman, where you know him from this view of Parker of like, you're part of my uncle getting murdered. This is your fault. But then like you see the humanity to like why he was in those places and what like led to that event, and the tragedy of it that he's been living with in prison. And so I mean, execution is one thing, but like the story threads you're telling me, it sounds like they kind of missed the execution of like getting that in the mind of Elliot Page's character, whatever that person's name is. I can't remember. But
I see what you did there.
I forgot who you were talking about. When you said that real slow, I was like, Elliot. Oh yeah.
But it sounds a lot like things I've seen before that have worked, and generally like I've talked to people just like in passing, they're like, oh yeah, I'm loving Last of Us 2. Like I love the other game. So like I don't know, I've seen in the wild consensus like they like the game. It's not just like shielding or coverage by the media. So I don't know. It sounds I don't like to get on this side, but it does sound like some butthurt fans because of like their character. Like Luke, Han Solo, they're expendable, and it's all about execution and respect. But like in the scenario of the game, do you not think that guy could get killed and you might have to move on from him? So like it just sounds like you're so stuck. You can just stick with Last of Us and never acknowledge Last of Us 2 if like it's so traumatizing for you. Like that, it's kind of where I'm at, but I also don't care about games that much.
Well, I don't know. I guess see, I don't care about the game at all either. Personally, I haven't played it. Never played the first one. Don't really care. But it's like, did you like what they did with Game of Thrones, Angus?
I like the story. It was the execution.
Did you like
the story? Makes
But
sense.
I'm saying first what they did in season 8 with a lot of stuff, a lot of decisions that like characters doing like the point is
they made the cripple boy king. Did you like the story of them making the cripple boy king?
Yeah, I was fine with it. It was just like
it's
getting
terrible.
there. Was
it's trash. It's pointless. It has nothing to do with how long we got there. He has no claim to the throne at any point. And the caveat or the one-off fucking rant that Tyrion gives us on why he should be king of all of the people in the kingdom is also horseshit.
I honestly felt Tyrion could like what the points he made. I was like, yeah, he could definitely be king because he's not someone you look at. But then the foresight, the knowledge of Bran and stuff, like he's crippled. He doesn't fit the lineage, the hierarchy format of lordship. But
there's that one part where he said he had no interest. So we need someone to run a war torn because Daenerys done fucked everything up for no apparent reason because that character arc got fucked. But anyways, their whole reasoning is
his whole interest or lack of interest wasn't that like, oh, I won't do it. It's like my ability and what I know and what I can see. This kind of shit's trivial to me. It's like Doctor. He's like Dr. Manhattan.
Words. He said, "I don't want to be king." He said several. He didn't just say it once. I could probably clip several.
Hold on.
He specifically says not that he doesn't have an interest or he might change his mind. He says outright, flat out, "I don't want it. I don't want to be king. I don't want to be king. I don't want to be king."
Jesus didn't want
hold on.
Let's make him the king.
Hold on, Zod. That actually, a character sometimes saying they don't want to be it is sometimes more of a reason why they deserve it in a way. Like
Yes,
I don't know shit about Game of Thrones. I don't know shit about the Game of Thrones stuff past season 4. So I don't know, but like someone rejecting the title is part of why they're deserving of a title in a way. Because if they're like, oh, I really want the throne, I need to have the throne, like blah, blah,
Shazam did
have
that.
some type of things. But I guess my whole point, what I was trying to do with The Last of Us 2, I was just using that as reference for Angus with that to say, like, you're from the character's perspective of anything that they're doing, it doesn't make sense for her to spare the character at the end. Like, from our perspective, we see things from the other character's perspective, but she doesn't. Like, from her perspective, she witnessed this other character bash her dad's head with the golf club in front of her as she watched, and wasn't able to interfere, being held down by people and stuff, and chose to get revenge. She could have also just not done that, but that's where she chose to go down. And then when she finally gets there and everything, and lost other people along the way doing it, it's like, I'm just going to spare you just because. It's just kind of like that. From her, there was no event that changes her mind. If she just chooses not to, and it doesn't give you a choice to choose to do it or not.
And I did a live stream on this, and I said I understood what they were going for, but as was stated, it was poor execution. First off, and this is the thing that pissed me off, because I feel like people who didn't get a game playthrough, they didn't actually play the game. The first thing is, it's people weren't mad about Joel being killed. It was that the way that they chose to do the flashback is they killed the main character first and then tried to get sympathy for the bad guy. See, the context and the setup actually made sense to why she would want to kill Joel. I had no problem with that, because in the first game, he killed her father in the lab. At the end, when he chooses to fuck over humanity and kill all those scientist people to save Ellie, spoilers.
It's also arguable that to say that the scientists would have saved humanity is also kind of incorrect, I'd say.
Well, but the thing is, like, they had a chance if they were willing to, if they sacrificed Elliot Page. But Joel's so selfish and missing his daughter. This is his surrogate daughter, and so he selfishly chooses his own personal love than the potential sake of humanity recovering from the calamity of, like, this plague. And so, like, that's the thing. Like, people get so morally outraged about Abby and those plot points, but then it's like you look back at the first game, and it's like, this is a morally gray character in Joel, so it's not like you lost fucking Joan of Arc or something.
Well, but I would say it's like that you could try to say that he fucked over other people by saving the person, but I'd say, well, let's play the scenario where they do whatever stuff, it either kills her or it doesn't, and okay, we have a cure, so now the world's better now. No, but the whole game, the whole thing is there's always different factions of people that are crazy and have their own things and are a problem for you anyway. That, having the cure doesn't mean anything, really. It's not going to save the world. People themselves are still a huge threat, and you can't just implement this everywhere. How do you get that everywhere? Even if they had a cure, it doesn't mean that anything's saved or that you've now saved a bunch of lives. It doesn't mean that.
Well, yeah. Well, like, from what I'm getting,
that's not selfish. He did it from his. I'd say that's an unselfish thing, because if anything, it's selfish for the scientist guy to be like, yeah, I'm not going to ask your daughter, or I'm not going to ask this girl if she's okay with this. I'm just going to do it. Like, either, that's kind of fucked up. That's not a good decision, I'd say.
You're in a scenario
to go, oh, it will save people. You don't know shit. You don't know what's going to happen.
But to remove that attempt, like, it's like that's the train scenario of, like, 1 or 5 people on the track if you move left or right.
But the point is that there's a guarantee rather than there being, like, you don't even know what will happen if you do a decision here.
Okay, philosophical debate about the first one aside, the whole point of the second one was that
we eat each other.
This in my review, I don't disagree with people who are mad, and I don't agree with people who are saying that it's trash. I do think there were a lot hurt feelings about killing the character, no matter what order you did it in, and they already didn't like the Abby character. But I'll be honest with you, when I played through, for me, and I said this in my video, it was just structuring. It was like when you're watching a movie and they put a scene in wrong and you could tell and you'd be like, oh, if I would have had context for this would have made it a lot better. It was one of those. Like, there were a lot of different things. And the fucking gay arc was forced in, because I could tell you right now, that relationship leads to absolutely nowhere. Nothing. It's like, oh, I got to do this. And I'm thinking, okay, they put this gay character in because it's going to make her a better person at the end. And I'm fine with that. But then it was like, no, she winds up leaving her at the ending, and she still makes a choice to go for revenge and then doesn't even do it. And the whole her not doing it, there was context. Everybody who said that there wasn't, they're fucking lying or didn't play the game. There was context to why she chose not to have revenge, because she gets into an argument with her gay lover and she chooses to leave. But as you're going through the level, she's going through like all of these thoughts and stuff, and she doesn't kill her because of the cycle of violence. Like, Joel died, so I kill her. What does it accomplish? Now someone comes after me. That was the whole point they were going for. It was going to be a perpetual cycle.
Yeah, that's what I was going to get at.
Yeah, but and it was like I was saying, it's not that any of these themes or ideas were bad. It was the order they placed them in. If they would have switched some stuff around, I think people still would have been bitched, but it would have given the game better context.
just picked up on that.
Yep.
Yep. Welcome to the stream again, Justin.
Maybe he was lost when I first said it until I said it slow. And he's like, "Oh yeah."
Yep.
So I mean,
trans person.
Like when I was playing through the character, actually, she had a very interesting arc, and it was even more interesting because, and I think people miss this. The reason why she wanted revenge was because Joel killed her father, who she didn't get the whole story. She didn't know that Ellie was the experiment to save humanity. She just was like, oh, this guy came in, murdered the fuck out of everyone for no reason, and all my dad wanted to do was to help people, right? So that's her perspective that she's seeing it from. So I'm going to get revenge on this random guy who just came in and killed my dad. See, so it's all a matter of perspectives. And the other thing that was fucking stupid was the setup. Like, I can understand why people were pissed off that he died. If you play The Last of Us 1, he's very fucking smart and clever. And all of a sudden, he saves this random person in a world where you can't trust people. And says, oh, yeah, come to our secret base. And he brings her in, and then she sneaks other people in, and they fucking beat the shit out of her.
What the hell is happening?
No, they pulled the Game of Thrones here. Joel wouldn't be that fucking stupid. It was very contrived.
Yeah, they made a character do decisions that he wouldn't do, like Luke trying to kill somebody. And like,
it was one of those moves.
Like people in Game of Thrones, or like Jon doing whatever stuff, letting people get killed. Like character things that they wouldn't do. They made it happen that way so something can happen, which kind of
like
takes you out of it. Takes you out of it a bit.
It was like a shitty movie where there's good elements, but they just could have did this different and this different, and they were so concerned about making a fucking point, like, oh, gay love interest, but wait. She was dating a guy, and then it gets really confusing. So I'm like, what the fuck? Because this guy's he's like, oh, cool, you left me for a woman. I'm fine with that. I'm like, oh, okay, we're not gonna no jealousy art there.
But we all need a bigot sandwich, though. That was in the game.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh fuck, I forgot about that. Oh my god, I was like, oh my god, dude, what is going on? So I mean, it's for me. I understand the complaints, but at the same time, to say that it was a bad game, look, visually it was great. Mechanics wise, there were some things that were off about it, but it played pretty much the same like the first game. Story wise, it was just all over the place. They should have structured it a little bit better, and I think you would have had a better game. I still think people would have bitched because that guy is Neil Druckmann's a fucking idiot, and he had to open his mouth. If he didn't say nothing, he would have been fine.
You know, it's funny. I was just, for one, getting in the Last of Us 2 argument like a year or more after it's trendy, and I haven't even played the game.
Yeah, well,
But,
it's
I
funny.
think
What's funny, I do like our conversations that come out of it, though. It's like,
Yeah,
that's one
no,
thing.
no,
That's
it's
one thing I'll say is good about it is that it does spark lots of different conversation. That's pretty interesting.
yeah. Overall,
so
though, from what I've seen, I'm like, I don't know, I'm fine with it. I would probably play it and enjoy it. 'Cause I like just dark, dour shit like that. Makes you think. But no, it's funny with Rockstar. You think like Grand Theft Auto, you can like unlock shit or hack the game or whatever you do, and like fuck hookers, kill them. You're selling drugs, all this shit.
Yeah.
And yet I'm playing Red Dead 2, which is about like a murder and thieving, cowpoke.
Yeah.
In like the end of the pioneer days, and yet I can't name my horse Ass because profanity checks.
Yeah, well, hold on. That's actually a funny point there. That with The Last of Us is that a lot of people, if they wanted to have a message with the game about like not killing or revenge and stuff, but you're forced to kill enemies. There's no way you could do a scenario where you can let them live or take them prisoner or something, or where you walk through and try to talk through or something. You have to only kill them. And so at the end of the day, their message is kind of stupid when it's not enforced in their gameplay either. I don't know. It'd be good if games had some
I mean,
options.
do you want to play a social worker game in a zombie apocalypse, Rookie? Hey, let's just like talk this out, guys.
Well, it'd be interesting to see if there's a way you could get around it. And if you fail, you got to fight your way out, of course. But or you gain an ally by doing it a different way. I don't know. There's games where you can do that instead of just going through and just like, I have to only kill, and then at the end of the game, we're gonna go killing's bad because it's a cycle. It's like,
Let's
you never gave an option to let me not kill somebody. So
Let's just calm down and take our kids to the drag story hour at the library.
No.
Yeah, we've gone for 4 hours. Didn't expect that. Loved it though. A lot of good organic beef here in the chat. With the panel in the chat. Thanks, Justin, for popping in. So we can introduce Rebecca, Karen, this asshole PB is here in the chat.
Hello.
We had Mega Jetty earlier. Janie, of course, good commentary last couple hours.
Ancient One.
Karen, Ancient One, good mod.
Stoney.
I already said Stoney.
Okay.
Yeah, don't embellish them. Yeah. But yeah, thank you all for joining. We're gonna close out with things going on with each channel. Start with not Zod, the Rookie Critic.
Yay!
Yeah, I'm coming back into form, guys. I'll be back to posting Kickity content really soon. So yeah, like by June. The first two videos I'm gonna post. The first two videos I'm gonna post are gonna be farting stop motion.
Yeah, farts.
Stop motion farting. You want to see Charizard fart on Luke Skywalker?
Charizard, go! I choose you.
I'll have Pikachu like take a shit on Leia.
Jesus.
Thank you. Fuck Leia. Fucking hate Leia. I'm not even joking, but we'll say that for
Padme all the way. Padme all the way. Yeah.
At least
I'm saying to Natalie Portman, but a little fun trivia before we go. If you guys ever want to be disturbed, I love this movie, but it's a very disturbing.
Oh God!
It's a very disturbing relationship. Watch that movie, The Professional.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Human Centipede.
Oh no, that's why I did a review on that. She was so mad. She was like, "Why the fuck are we watching these movies?" I
think I own number 2, but I've only watched like the first 10 minutes.
I own all 3, and
I gotta go back and watch
it with the commentary, without.
Like I had a bow and arrow or something trying to shoot at the chick, right? Like in the first Human Centipede, and he's like. A nice ass house, and he's got a bow and arrow to. Oh, don't run, bitch! We'll get you.
Don't run, bitch!
No, he was a German guy, so he was like, oh, that's Russian. Never mind, I don't got a good
I can't do
We
German.
are
I
Russian
can only do
comrades,
Russian.
brother. We are very Russian, brother, comrades. We don't speak German. That is piss language.
Ich heiße,
Bleh, bleh.
ich heiße ist Gary. I was in a German class for 2 semesters.
I was in German for 2 years, and I can't speak fucking German. Fuck
I'll say
that.
it in sign language. Watch.
I can do Ich bin Ausländer und spreche nicht gut Deutsch.
Yeah.
fucking racist.
I know, right? Ridiculous.
You want to hear Austria in German? Österreich.
No.
That sounded very pleasant.
I know everything about the Blitzkrieg was super pleasant.
Great German pastime of Blitzkrieg. Yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Monster. I'm trying to remember what they call cereal. I think it's Gemüsli. They got some like Italian and French shit in their language, oddly enough. Like they call champagne, and then they roll the R, they go like restaurant because it's French. No, German's fun, but because it's backwards, because it's European, so it's older language, unlike English, where we're actually backwards how we talk. It's weird getting your head around structuring a sentence, so it's really fun. Definitely get your kids to be bilingual with like older, or pretty much anything not English. Because
of course, yeah. Angus was telling you to make your kids be bi.
I want my kids
lingual.
to be straight lingual as possible.
Straight lingual.
I actually think your children should be panlingual.
They should be open to all linguals.
No, seriously,
mine's non-lingual.
No, seriously,
gibberish,
that's
goes,
good for your children's brain. That and music, different languages and music, really expand your kid's brain. Yeah, Ricky's got stuff coming out. Fart content, can't wait. PB.
That's just to open the gates, and then the film shit's coming.
No, because it's film shit.
I feel like that's a double meaning. Open the gates. Wow.
You done, Zod? Thank God.
Yeah.
No, shut up, man.
We're supposed to guess.
Oh, I'm doing an after party on Saturday night at 11 Eastern Time, 10 Central, 4 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time. I'm sorry, Janie, I don't know what time that is. Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon in Australia, because I can't keep track of everything. But it's easy to keep track of that stuff straight.
You should.
And who knows when the next video is coming out?
You should know. You should update people off of like a strange time, like Afghan time. You're like, oh yeah, I'm streaming at 4 a.m. Afghani.
4 a.m. Afghani.
It's like 10 p.m. Eastern, but you're like, yeah, 4 a.m. Afghani.
Doing South African time too. This is the time in Yemen.
Yeah. We need one last thing, Angus. Click the thingy. There's one more thing.
Oh God. Oh wait, never mind. I'll say that for next stream, because I think people in chat hadn't seen this shit. So
and hopefully
we got something good next week.
Ooh.
Zoo ape and Nazi shame. Shocking moment. Chimpanzee and zoo gives perfect Nazi salute in front of visitors.
I love it.
In front of visitors.
The Fourth Reich is coming.
You wanted monkeys, Angus. There you go.
What's amazing to me is nobody told him that he's self-hating.
Chimp supremacy.
The Fourth Reich's coming, and I didn't expect it from Africa.
I'm betting that right.
Wait, this makes sense because we were fighting Germany in North Africa, so it just seeped down into like Central.
Now I feel like the picture was taken right after he just threw his poop, and that's just his hand just chilling there after.
No, some Antifa weirdo like fucking executes him and does like some like lineage like
Adolf Hitler owned this chimp's great grandfather in a zoo in Austria. I'm killing Nazi monkeys.
Kyle.
Bash the monkey fash.
I just thought this would be a great note to end on for the stream. Zoo, like it says, zoo ape, like as if the ape in the wild is doing a clarification.
No, what would have been it would have been amazing if an ape in the wild would have did it, because he never would have had a chance to watch the History Channel.
You see his whole family do it. It's like, oh no,
Yeah.
What's going on? What's going on in the wild? The Nazis are recruiting chimpanzees to take over America.
That's why they went to Argentina. Because they're like training all those monkeys in the Amazon.
The Nazis have had their plan in place. They're going to implement Plan Chimpanzees attack, and they're going to have spears they're going to throw at us and poop bombs, and it's going to get all gross, and we'll run away.
This would be a great
I think that's very diabolical.
That'd be a great
skit going on them.
A great skit like they're in like the secret Nazi base labs, or they're making like the atomic bomb and like their stealth bombers and their radar stuff and ancient alien shit, and then like you see like monkeys in the corner, and it's like what the hell is that? It's like, oh yeah, if the alien race does not work, then we try the chimps. Like
you're gonna say that the chimps are working on technology like coconuts and like going in, getting into a bamboo into a tree as like a bamboo car from Kazooie or some shit.
Caesar's like, chimps are supreme.
You see, you go back in time, all the world leaders of the past and conquerors were trying to implement the chimp plan, but never fully worked out, and so everyone's trying to unleash the chimps.
He's like
I don't know
rounding
why
up all
the
the
viewers are not on this. This could be bad.
He's rounding up all the orangutans into ghettos.
That we realized that we haven't been making any apes go extinct. The chimpanzees have circulated a plan.
Well, I mean, I don't. Maybe I'll save this until we're off the stream, because I don't want to say it now and have given away something that was supposed to be a secret.
You have intel on this, don't you?
No, I don't have intel on it.
Who gave you the
banana? I don't know, a thought about it and some comic book character.
They gave you a banana to stay quiet.
2 bananas.
Oh my god. This is so much potential for a movie. This has got to be a movie next year.
Yes, so much potential.
I don't want them to take
Who
more
is
than
the good guy going to be?
They can't take more than a year to do this.
Wait.
In a year.
Yeah, what's the name of that Clint Eastwood movie with the orangutan?
I don't know.
I don't fucking know.
Every Which Way But Loose.
I thought you were gonna reference the Disney's MVP Most Valuable Primate movies where they play hockey and skateboarding, and the chimpanzee was a secret Nazi.
No. This is going to become the Every Which Way But Loose Gran Torino franchise universe, and so actually, it'll be like Halloween 2 by Rob Zombie, where you think Michael Myers is dead in the first one, but sequel, actually, he comes awake in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, and he now has to soften the heart of this Nazi ape.
Wait, America needs to get their own chimp that represents America, and the American chimp has to battle this Nazi chimp.
Clint Eastwood is the chimp.
It's like Captain America versus Hydra.
Yeah. Have Clint Eastwood do motion capture like Andy Serkis.
Yes.
And so he's just like, oh. Like,
or
he voices the character, but it's just grunts. The whole movie.
even better. We already have one set up. The Planet of the Apes movies. They can just have the next movie be where the chimpanzees have evolved to Nazi levels and something, and they're another Caesar's lineage has to try to stop it or some shit.
No, what happens is it's like Benjamin Button, like it's a mutation to the simian flu, and so Clint Eastwood actually starts de-aging because of it.
This isn't doing him.
This sounds like the greatest movie ever. Hollywood.
He's like, get off my lawn, you damn dirty apes.
The apes are driving in a lowrider by like, get off my lawn, you fuck. This is killing me.
What are you spooks doing out?
Angus, you need to clip this end of the stream and make that the video of the Nazi chimps. Great. This could take up another hour just to make movie ideas for this Nazi chimp.
We'll have to save this for next time. This is
Jane Goodall tries to get over the apes, but they were trying to study her instead or something. I don't know.
Jane Goodall and
no, have Jane Goodall. No, have Jane Goodall as fuck. Who's that bitch from Princess Bride? Oh no, Princess Diaries, the grandma or whatever.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What's her name?
That one face. Yeah.
Yeah, you could remake The Sound of Music and
oh my god,
with this ape and Jane Goodall as like the maid and
oh my god. This is great. They gotta make this a movie next year. I don't want them to take 2 years to make it. Just put it together in a year. I don't care what the script is.
All right.
Holy shit.
But yeah. Zod.
So that's the American Beef, everybody. We finally wrapped it up.
Zod, what's going on your channel? I know you're streaming tomorrow, right?
Yeah, late night talks and then
fucking time, dickhead.
And then a discussion on Saturday of some sort. Don't know what. But tomorrow's late night talks or today, because it's late. It's going to be interesting. I'm going to talk about
it's going to be interesting. What fucking time?
They all know the time, you know.
You should tell the people you're going to stream with to have some pitches for this chimp Nazi.
Oh yeah, now we're definitely going to talk about this chimp Nazi. That's going to be like my highlight. The video is going to be instantly demonetized.
I want to see him like crush a squirrel and it'd be like, they're pressing other animals in the wilderness and stuff, and they're all, oh no, we're not the pure race, rat out your fellow whatever, and they'll try to do something. They have a lot of potential with this. Then you go to the moon.
Julie
and
Andrews.
There's chimpanzees on the moon.
Julie Andrews.
They've advanced.
I'd do her in Princess Diaries. That's how good she looks. But yeah, so you got that going on. For me, I might be doing a stream tomorrow with It's Vase and maybe other guests, who knows, about Invincible, doing Invincible spoilers recap. Just enjoying that shit because I love the fuck out of that show. Especially the first episode. It's so hard. It's like a boys cartoon on Amazon. It's good stuff coming for the future of the show. And then next week, of course, All American Beef. Trying to do more content because I'm going through a workers' comp claim. I hurt my thumb at work, and I'm on like a no work profile at the moment until I get this cleared up, figured out. So you might be seeing me more on YouTube. Been doing a couple of videos. I did War of the Bounty Hunters, new Star Wars series going on from May to October. So we'll see how that series goes. First issue is not a bad start. A lot of prospect and just whatever pops up in the news that fancies my interest, I'll cover. Appreciate your support. And next week, I think Friday is my birthday, be 29. So probably doing a birthday bash stream, pretty much like this, but maybe more guests. And I'll be having probably 25% off on the store, and 25% for any contributions, not just the All American Beef. Anything for the month will be going towards the veteran charities I'm trying to support with proceeds. So I look forward to all that. Appreciate your viewing, hanging out, chatting, contributing with us wacky guys and Nazi chimps and whatnot. Yeah, talk to y'all later, hopefully tomorrow, and see y'all around.
I want to see an account called the Nazi Chimp. Chimp Nazi.